Hey guys, I just wanted to talk with you about a video that I just uploaded today to Patreon. It's actually part two. I did one the other day too. It's called Reasonable Doubt. And I talked about the movie called 12 Angry Men and how there was one holdout juror. There were 11 right off the bat who wanted to vote guilty and get out of there. They thought it was obvious that the defendant was guilty, so they just wanted to vote and get on with their day. But there was one holdout juror who stressed the importance of actually discussing the case before deciding whether or not the defendant was guilty or not guilty. And I'm here to tell you, if I was in that jury room, I would be that one holdout juror, no doubt. So I started taking a look at the case of Christopher Watts from that perspective, thinking, what topics, what details of this case would I be discussing as the one holdout juror with 11 very impatient and angry people expecting me to hurry it up and vote guilty? So, one of the issues about the case that I addressed in the videos was that there would be very few witnesses in this case that I would find to be credible. But there were two so far that I mentioned that I would deem to be credible. One would be Jeremy Lindstrom. I don't know if you remember his interview that he gave, but he said very clearly that all that Christopher Watts' wife had to do was see a commercial for a new illness that she hadn't heard of before, and she would claim that she had that illness too. Jeremy Lindstrom said very clearly that he did not believe that Christopher Watts' wife's health challenges were physical. The other witness who I would find credible would be Cindy Watts. And when she testified about the day that her daughter-in-law became physically aggressive and lost her temper and frightened 4 small children because of the look in her eyes and yelling at their grandmother, accusing her of attempting to murder one of the girls, that testimony would be very important if I was the holdout juror determining whether or not to vote guilty or not guilty. That was just 1 month before the tragedy occurred. 1 month before. And she was yelling. And according to Cindy Watts, she, quote, came charging toward me down the hallway, yelling that I tried to murder Cece. What does that tell you? That tells you that Christopher Watts' wife became unhinged. And she turned on a dime. They were getting along just fine. There were no problems whatsoever. They were close. They had an evening right before Christopher Watts' wife lost her temper and went ballistic. They had an evening where she actually sat there telling Cindy Watts all sorts of things about her life. All sorts of things. She trusted Cindy Watts. She emulated Cindy Watts. Did you know that Cindy and Ronnie both worked at the dealership for a lot of years? And isn't that kind of interesting that she and Christopher Watts worked at the dealership? That is a woman emulating her mother-in-law. Look at her hair color. That wasn't her hair color. Look at her style of dress. She wanted to be like her mother-in-law, and I'll tell you why. I think she wanted to have a family like her mother-in-law and father-in-law had. That's my opinion. as the lone holdout, voting not guilty until we had a chance to actually discuss the case, right? The list of topics to discuss is lengthy. Actually, number one on the list would be, why have so many lies been told in this case? Who's trying to hide something? And I'll tell you something, if I was on that jury, I would want to know about the attacks against people discussing this case, because that matters. I've been discussing true crime cases for over 12 years, and the case of Christopher Watts is the only case ever where there have been people trying to harass and harm those of us who are discussing this case. Well, if I'm the holdout juror in that jury room, I'm going to want to hear about that, and I'm going to want to discuss it. I'm going to want to say, who is it behind the organized harassment? Who is it who's trying so hard to hide the truth? I agree with you, Miss M. I agree with you. All you have to do is take a look at the profiles and the comments that are being posted. And yes, I agree with this too. They only hate on Cindy because she reveals truths. Also, Cindy knows a lot more than she has said so far. And I honestly think, I believe that the attempt to discredit Cindy started day one. I think it's an important question to consider. Why on earth wasn't Cindy Watts ever interviewed by the police investigators? Hey, Julie, just a heads up, you should not be putting your city and state. I'm not sure how to delete that. Let me do this. I don't know how to delete it. Sorry, but you might want to delete that comment, seriously, because if you're new to the case discussion, you might not realize it, but people will grab your information and then they'll try to find you on Facebook and everything. So feel free to delete that. We have to be very careful about that, especially for the new people coming on board, because the attackers seriously pull some pretty shady shit. This is exactly what I think. I think that's why Cindy Watts is the victim of harassment. And I think that's why so many channels have been created to harass her and to lie about her, because I think they're afraid that she will one day speak out about the details that she knows. Would anybody like to hop up here? Feel free if you want. Everybody's welcome. It doesn't matter what your opinion on the case is. If you want to hop up just to like be mean though, you will get muted really fast because I know how to work the mute button. I hope she speaks out too, Miss M. I hope she speaks out too. I think it'd be very interesting to hear what she has to say, that's for sure. So back to that jury room, I was talking about the movie 12 Angry Men and how there was one holdout juror, and how if I was in that jury room, I'd be the one holdout juror and I'd be bringing up all sorts of issues. There are so many with this case. I would want to dig in to the financials. I would want to dig into the medical records, the medical histories. I would be very interested to hear the doctors and the nurses speaking about what they believe was going on in that home. Lil Mama says, what do you think about NA spending the night? Isn't that interesting? That is very interesting. I firmly believed all along that somebody had spent the night, and that purple sleeping mask, I actually hadn't thought of NA at that point, but for her phone, or I think it was her phone, I'm not that techno, I'm not sure, but the way it's explained to me is that the way her phone was set up, her son's app was set up with the name Mom's Work for Christopher Watt's wife's phone number. Mom's Work. So what does that tell you? What does that tell you? And that explains, I would think, when Christopher Watt said, well, she wasn't supposed to be there. Well, maybe she wasn't supposed to report for work until 7 o'clock the next morning or 5 o'clock the next morning or whatever. I don't know. You remember the other day when I said that I'm really beginning to think it's possible that when he left for work, he didn't know there was anything about to happen? I'm really beginning to think that, because when that came out about how that was Mom's work, well, that just sheds a whole new light on everything, doesn't it? Well, I think Mom's work meant that, I personally, my opinion, is that she was actually hired to probably drive the girls, to probably supervise her. And I think that the weekend in Arizona, I think she was having a tough time knowing what to do. You know what I think is also interesting is that the channels that have been created to try to make a whole bunch of noise so that people stop discussing the details, right? They're running non-stop ever since that came out. They are running non-stop. They go from one live chat to another. They're all over the place, and they're saying the same BS that was being said in 2018. They're over there on another live chat right now claiming that Nicole, the coworker, not the helper, that Nicole was searching out Christopher Watt's wife in 2017. And I said, wasn't that debunked in 2018? Like over 2 years ago? That was debunked a long time ago. And it was, because the person who put that into the discovery admitted that she made a mistake. Nicole was not searching Christopher Watt's wife in 2017. But sure enough, that's what they're talking about. They're going on and on with all the stuff that was debunked over 2 years ago. It was already debunked. And then these people fly on the scene, a month ago, and they act like they think they know what they're talking about because they've been told what to say. They're over there right now with this thing saying that Christopher Watts is some sort of a narcissist. And so what do? Out of one side of their mouth, they're saying, yeah, we shouldn't be bashing Cindy Watts. And then they sit there and say, well, he really married his mother because she was so controlling. Really? You want to know what Cindy Watts controlled? Cindy Watts controlled her kitchen. She's an excellent cook, and she fed her family well. Cindy Watts actually had a career. She worked full time for decades. She cleaned her own house. She didn't have other people cleaning her house for her. And I don't mean actual house cleaners either. Cindy Watts was not some kind of a control freak weirdo mother at all. But that's their little narrative, isn't it? Gotta bash Cindy Watts. Ooh, did you say hi, Honey Badger? Where's Honey Badger? I don't see Honey Badger, little mama. I was hoping that she would see us go live. Woohoo! Here she is. I don't want to bug you with this all the time, Honey Badger, but if you want to come up, you're welcome. Everybody's welcome, no matter what your opinion is. And I just want to say this, if you do come up, Honey Badger, for all of you people sending me comments, posting comments and sending me emails and stuff to complain that you disagree with Honey Badger, right? No, you don't. No, you don't at all. You just want to be snarky. get up on the panel and talk to Honey Badger about whatever your opinions are. Because the few times that people actually responded to my reply to their comments, they didn't disagree at all. They just, I think, are just trying to be like snarky. I think that the scumbag attackers don't like it that more and more people are speaking out. There for a while, there were just, 3 channels? 4 channels when we had Gloria, right? I think 4 channels, that was it, who actually had the balls to speak the truth. Who actually had the balls to speak the truth. And then Gloria decided not to keep up with it. Thought Provoking Videos does video really nice. I think she does a really nice job. But she does videos like once in a very rare while, right? And then Set the Record Straight hasn't been making videos at all. But I saw him in one of the lives. So he is watching. So that's cool. Because I saw him in one of those lives. And then they're acting, I think, like they're supposedly talking to him. And then he never answered again. So you know damn well they blocked him. That's what they do. They pull that shit all the time. And then they pulled it on me. This whoever Hillary is kept saying, answer my question. And when I tried to say again, what question, I was blocked. Like, are you kidding me? They sit up there on their panel acting so big and tough, and they can't even handle having people talk in the chat. Dipshits. I don't know what this has. Let's see. I don't think she ever made cannolis before. You know what I think she did? I think she probably had Christopher Watts either go get them or else she had them delivered. From Costco, you can get the little cups. You can get anything and assemble it yourself, right? What was it she called it? She doesn't call it recipes. Let me think. I think she calls a recipe book the directions. So over the constant insults for having an opinion regarding this case. I'm with you. I'm so over anybody thinking we need their effing permission to speak and to think. That's the part. If you take a look at the other channels, the scumbag attacker channels, which is, like I said, there's only a handful of us who actually speak the truth and aren't reading some sort of stupid script. If you look at those channels, they're now telling, after this Kim and Lana show, they're now telling their subs over and over again, repeatedly, don't watch those channels. Don't watch those channels. Don't watch those videos. They're saying they don't want you to watch the videos because they don't want you to give them extra views and clicks and stuff. But you want to know something? I think they don't want anybody watching those videos because they're afraid that they're going to hear the truth. And there's another channel, newly created, of course, same old, same old. And she just did a video and she literally reads her scripts, like verbatim reads her scripts, right? And she said she wanted to say the word charade. She's like bashing AD. She wanted to use the word charade, and this is what she said, charade. Well, I'm sorry, if you don't know how to pronounce a word, it is not a word that you use in your own vocabulary. However, if somebody has sent you a script to read, that's what happens when you don't know how to read. Cindy seems like a soft-spoken woman and humble. Cindy is so soft-spoken and so humble and so passive that the depiction that the scumbag attackers are trying to make of her is over the top absurd. She is not controlling. She is not a biatch at all. She isn't a biatch at all. In fact, I don't mean this to be offensive, but Cindy Watts is a doormat. She's a total doormat. She is not super outspoken or super tough or anything at all. She's a doormat. She's a doormat who, like I said earlier, cleans her own house, cooks for her family all the time. She's she's like Susie Homemaker extraordinaire. Plus, she had a full career for decades. So for them to be trying to paint her out to be some kind of bitch is just terrible. It's disgusting. I agree with you, Susan. I don't call her that though. I call her Alice Cooper. She's a real treat, let me tell you. She has a couple of videos up that are full of slander and defamation. I almost said, I better pronounce my words right. But she absolutely committed slander and defamation both. She thinks she's insulated, because she's Miss Tough Chick. She's so tough that when one of her panel members asked me to come up on the panel, she about freaked out. She said, no, because she bashes Shanann. She wouldn't dare have me up on the panel because she knows damn well that she doesn't even know the case. She just knows what she's told to say. Here's Honey Badger. She's too passive, which is why the shiners get away with verbally abusing and making false allegations against her. That's absolutely true. I agree with that. That's my opinion too. Martina says, somebody said that Sandy was all about drama in a chat and a random lady went berserk. She got on the panel just to say she won't stand for it. Miss M, that came from one of Set the Record Straight's videos he did. He showed a picture of Alice Cooper. It was hilarious. It was so funny. And pretty much you got to check it out. Check out Set the Record Straight's channel. In fact, I'll see here. I'll put the name of the channel. There. I just put the name of the channel in the thing. He has a video about Alice Cooper, I think. It was funny the other day she had one where all of a sudden her husband said the phone was ringing. The phone, had started ringing. And then he said whatever the area code was. And I thought, gee, I wonder who that is. And sure enough, she came back on the camera then, and she said that was Sandy. So evidently Sandy directly tells her, right, and she'll even say it. She'll say that Sandy wants me to say this, and Sandy wants me to say that, which is rather hilarious when you think of all the times they say, oh, Cindy Watts is telling Mensa what to say. I guess that would be why they think like that, right? That somebody would be saying what they're told to say, because evidently that's how Alice Cooper runs her show. I do. I think he did stop doing videos, but I saw him today earlier in a live chat because I haven't seen a new video for a long time, but I saw him today. He commented in a live chat. If you guys haven't seen his videos yet, you should check them out. They shut everybody down. I think those of us in the true crime community who actually are speaking the truth actually almost took it as a compliment when it happened, because it means we're onto something. If we were not speaking the truth, if we were not speaking of things that they evidently are trying to hide, then they wouldn't be bothering with us at all. Oh, I haven't heard that. I'm not sure if I want that in my mind. She and about 20 of her flock sang happy birthday, and it was a disaster and completely awkward. Yeah, I don't think I want to hear that. That'd be bad to have that tune. They kept shutting him down and reporting his videos. They did that to all of us, Honey Badger. Well, I say all of us. I think, like I said, there were 4 of us. Yep, that's what they do. They are. All the videos are really good. And they make sense. You just have to, watch them with an open mind, and they make sense. The nurse Nene. Yeah, well, that was her name that she called herself. She said a lot of things when she was bragging that she had gotten into a nursing program and that she was taking a 4-year program that she would accomplish in 2 years, and that in just 2 years she would have her bachelor's and she would have her RN. Yeah, right. It's just my guess. I think that probably if she did sign up for a couple of classes, they were probably at the community college, and they were probably like that. You know how the community college will have you, well, any college will have you test. Well, actually, no, I think it's the community college because pretty much when you go in for your, well, I don't know. But anyway, they'll do like an entrance test to know which classes to place you in. And then they'll offer like classes in your first year. They're usually like Psych 101 or, English Comp 101 or something, or 100. They also have classes that are like English 99, if you know what I'm saying. Nurse Ratchet, I would say that's probably how Bella felt every time she had to take medicine or get her temperature taken. Four-year program that lasted a few weeks so she could get a loan to have some money. And think about it. Wasn't there a loan that was written off on the bankruptcy like 3 years later? Student loans don't get written off in a bankruptcy unless there is a reason for the court to believe that there would never be a possibility of that person ever being able to pay that off. So just imagine what must have been said to the court for the court to agree to write off the student loan. Oh, Sasha's here. Well, this is interesting because the comments that you posted on the comment threads weren't like this at all. That's interesting, Sasha. Or are there two of you? Maybe somebody cloned your account or something, because this is a totally different. Interesting. Yeah, really, Julie. It seems that way, doesn't it? It used to be a 4-year degree for undergrad. Now it's 5. Yes, Patty. I think that's exactly what the case was. Patty says student loans can get written off if a disability is proven. In my opinion, I think she was on disability, and I think she was on disability for a while. Oh, Sasha is Cindy Watts. You can't be. I'm Cindy Watts. Hey, Paula. Someone said she didn't have any student loans. Just JCP Macy's Cap 1. There were student loans, or were those Chris's student loans? Because the bankruptcy did have student loans. Yes, personally collecting the money. I think it was something like she was extending the fundraiser for an additional 2 weeks. So if you're giving cash, then you can just give the cash to her and she'll make sure to send it into the Lupus Foundation. Honey Badger says she had student loans. And I clicked on the one before or the one after. The chat goes faster than me. There were absolutely student loans. She had student loans. Do you remember when we were told that the bankruptcy was because of all of the medical bills? Wasn't it interesting when we finally saw the bankruptcy docs? Sasha says, I started out interested in Watts murders, forensics, but now I'm collecting data on the YouTube sewer. Well, you missed over 2 years of it. Every other channel, but this one is crap. There are a couple of other really good ones. Set the Record Straight's channel is Straight Up Blowing Minds, STR, then the number 8, Straight Up Blowing Minds. And then also Thought Provoking Videos is another good one. There are a couple new ones who are trying to act like they're all that. But Thought Provoking Videos, Set the Record Straight, I'll put that one in here. They're both just honest. They just stick with what they think, their opinions. I don't know. When I watch somebody talking on a video and they can't pronounce their words, pretty much I figure, yep, they just got recruited. Here's something interesting. A debt collector from Minnesota was hounding her the day she went missing. It's in the report. Isn't that weird that the phone call that she got that morning was from a debt collector in Minnesota? Like who? What? Makes you wonder. And, you know, in that one live chat, they're saying how this whole thing about how Nicole was searching for Shanann, right? And I'm like, that was debunked in 2018. Well, of course, they go defensive and they act goofy. And then the people up on the panel were just like, I don't know. They don't know the case. They do not know the case. And they're saying, they're just regurgitating the crap, the bullshit lies that keep, you know, flooding. And they had somebody who I guess was a psychologist or something, you know, diagnosing or not diagnosing, because they're always very quick to say they're not diagnosing. Well, they're all sitting around talking about how Cindy Watts is so controlling. Like, are you kidding me? They're not paying attention, that's for sure. No calls from mom or friend either. You mean that morning? Or what? Do you mean how nobody really called her? Like how they said they called her, but it doesn't look like they called her? Except for, what was it, like 3 phone calls that all registered at 2:14 p.m., I think? NA phone records prove she didn't text SW until after 2 p.m. that afternoon. Yeah, I saw that it was, I think 2:14 p.m. there were 3 different texts that all came in at the same time, as if they were sent purposely, like to cover butts. No text, no call. Why is it nobody was calling her if she was missing? That makes no sense, right? So what that makes me wonder is how many people already knew what happened, right? But didn't Christopher Watts call her? So that goes with my theory that it could be possible that he didn't even know. He was probably calling her going, what the heck's going on? Everyone else wasn't calling her. Maybe they knew something already that he didn't know. Oh, here's a good one. I can't stand that. I'll just say LAF. She's a pompous what? That drives the CE. I think I know which one you're talking about. I think it's interesting that the scumbag attackers run around saying that this person that you're talking about is a clinical psychologist, and she isn't. But I guess the truth doesn't really matter, you know, to them. Oh, that Christopher Watts is a narcissist? Exactly. I don't think Christopher Watts is a narcissist at all. The same with his mother. I think they're a couple of doormats. And I don't mean to be offensive, but I think it's true. I think they're doormats. No one called her, and when they went in the house, no one yelled or ran upstairs. Why? I've been searching every inch. It sure seems to me that if you're afraid that your friend who's supposedly a diabetic, has lupus, has fibromyalgia, is 15 weeks pregnant without having seen her doctor yet, has been spotting and cramping, has migraines, evidently was taking a bunch of pain meds over the weekend. Oh, but she wasn't drinking. No, no, no. She wouldn't have done that. No, heavens no. And she had celiac disease, and she had, let's see, but that was okay to eat in the restaurant. You know, I don't know if you know anyone personally who has celiac disease, but the people who I know who actually do have celiac disease do not eat in the restaurants. They don't. They're that careful. You know, anyway, so let's see. Endometriosis, high risk pregnancies, I don't know. And, you know, familial Mediterranean fever that she was claiming both girls had, that's actually hereditary. So I think she was going to be adding that to her list shortly, too. So with all of those illnesses and diseases and conditions and, shall we say, impairments, especially the diabetic one, right? And we all know she wasn't diabetic. We all know what the autopsy said, that she was actually healthy. It sure seems to me that as soon as that door opened, and even before the door opened, if I was so worried about a friend of mine thinking that she was laying there in a diabetic coma, a window isn't going to stop me. It isn't that hard to get into a house. Come on. Especially that house. I highly doubt those windows are that difficult to jimmy open. Sorry. I don't mean to sound like I break into houses or anything, but come on. There's no way. If you think your friend is laying there in a diabetic coma, you're not going to call the police and go, yeah, she had a play date scheduled with her other two daughters. And yeah, you know, she and her husband have been talking about separation. No, you're going to say, I'm afraid my friend is inside her house in a diabetic coma. We need an ambulance and I'm going through the window. That's what you'd say if you were that concerned. What do? They stand around chatting. They stand around chatting. And wasn't that when the helper was chatting with Christopher Watts' mother-in-law? Wasn't that when the mother-in-law told her to check the knives? Why would you want to check the knives if she's laying there in a diabetic coma? Or if that's the fear, right? James says, NA knows so much more than she is telling. Yes, she did say, am I being arrested? That's a really good point. Why on earth would NA have ever had the glimmer of a thought that she might be arrested? Why? Actually, that could probably fill up a little mini marathon live chat. But I agree, Jane. I agree. I think she knows a lot more than what she's telling. And I actually do hope that she does tell. I think that obviously Bella and Cece deserve for any person who has more information about this case to come forward. Bella and Cece deserve it. Bella and Cece deserve for the truth to come out. They deserve justice. They deserve to have the truth of what they went through in their lifetime also to be known. They deserve for people to be held accountable for what they suffered through. I hope that Nicole comes forward and tells everything that she knows. And I hope her son does too. And her husband too, evidently, because wasn't it her husband who was yelling when they called and wanted her to come to the police station? Wasn't he yelling, telling her not to? Wasn't he angry about her speaking with the police? So I would think it would be interesting to know, why was he so angry? Susan says you're right. It just isn't right for NA to not say what happened. Susan, you're spelling the word your just like the scumbag attackers do. You might want to change that quick, or we're going to start suspecting you. Natalie says, so odd that she even thought to call 911, because if it were my best friend, I absolutely would have found a way to get in that home. Calling 911 would be an afterthought if I couldn't get in. Natalie, I don't think they were best friends at all, because when they asked how old Christopher Watt's wife was, she didn't have a clue. And then she guessed. She said, I don't know, in her 20s or 30s. And then she guessed in her 20s. So I don't think they were best friends. My opinion, I think she was hired to supervise her. But yeah, you're not going to dial 911. And that phone call that they released for the public, that is not a typical call at all. Not at all. That is not how the calls go. The caller does not control the conversation. The caller does not talk and talk and talk while the dispatcher listens and listens and listens. I think that was simply a call to the dispatch center, probably even on a non-emergency line. And I think possibly the dispatch center was already expecting the call, and they were simply having her call in order to put the call into the system in order to send an officer out. But I think that the police department was already well aware that there were 2 endangered missing children. In my opinion, I think that they were endangered missing children from the moment the daycare center opened and they weren't there. NA sounds like she was more of a watcher minder for SW. That's what I believe. I believe she was either hired. Well, I think she was hired. I don't think that they had a friendship, kinship thing going. I think she was hired, and I think she was there when she was hired to be there. Honey Badger says, NA is connected to all the media outlets being tipped off. NA was interviewing the gas station attendant before the police. NA is connected to lying Tinder dates too. I can't remember, but somebody said one time that NA actually fixed the hair, did the hair of that one Tinder date liar, that she was a friend of hers. Jane says he was weak and easy to manipulate. In the police videos, pay attention to when he says, I didn't hurt her physically. I cheated on her, etc. I think he blamed himself for setting her off. I do too. I think that he was a battered male, and I think that he's taking full responsibility, because battered spouses take full responsibility for their abuser's actions. That's what battered spouses do. I think he feels totally guilty. But here's the thing, I don't think he feels guilty for having a girlfriend at all. I think that marriage was over already before March. If you haven't listened to the interview yet of the lawyer who Christopher Watt's wife was asking all sorts of questions of in the restaurant, listen to that. Listen to all of it, because at the tail end, he pretty much asks her if she's getting divorced, and she pretty much said yes. She like nodded her head and grinned and everything, and then she asked him more questions. They were already getting divorced, so I don't think he feels guilty for having the girlfriend. I think he probably stayed longer in that marriage because he was afraid of what she would do. And so I think he blames himself for actually telling her that the marriage was over. But I think she already knew it. I think that, like I said, I think the marriage was over long before. And think about it, after she talked to that lawyer, right? Then all of a sudden, both girls suddenly needed surgery. Are you kidding me? 2 children needing surgery on the same day? Yeah, I think she probably said to him, yeah, sure, yeah, we're getting divorced, but the girls are sick. The girls are sick. And then I think she went on, high speed trying to find a doctor that she could convince that the girls were sick. I also wondered why NA looked so nervous and sweating. Well, it sure seems odd, doesn't it? It sure seems odd. The entire scene just seems really odd. When you think about her son finding the phone, I mean, come on, really? And how did her son know so much? I mean, you guys, you've raised kids, right? Our teenagers are not interested one bit in our friends, right? As far as knowing the details of their lives, right? Our teenagers are busy with sports and music and their friends and school and everything. How is it that her kid knew so much about Christopher Watt's wife? He knew everything, didn't he? He knew all the details. Why? You know what I mean? I mean, I'm not saying that our kids don't care about our friends, but you don't tell your kids all about your friends. And your kids are not in your friends' lives to the degree that he would, know exactly all about her and her mom and all this stuff, huh? That makes no sense. Okay, I didn't see it. I'll scroll up and find it. Let's see here. Here it is. I found it. Paula says, why did Chris talk to Christopher Watt's wife's dad every night? Well, that's an interesting question, isn't it? Do you know anybody who calls their son in law every night? I think the way he said it was that he called to check on the girls. Okay. I don't know anybody who calls their son in law every single night. That doesn't make sense to me. However, if Christopher Watts was a battered male and if his wife was on disability and if the girls were in daycare for a reason, maybe he was actually calling to see how his daughter was doing that day. Yes, go back to March. Look at March. That's when Christopher Watts had to take $10,000 out of the 401k to save the house because she stopped making the house payment for 3 months. That's when the girls both suddenly had to have surgery on the same day, right? That's when the lawyer was very informative on how divorce works, how divorce and custody works, right? And then, exactly, boom, she got pregnant? Really? That's somebody I think who for a few months kept going, sure, we'll get divorced. Yeah, we'll get divorced. Sure, why not? And then when she talked to the lawyer, she thought, ooh, maybe not. Do you guys, I'm going to ask a question and I want to say this. Don't answer it unless you feel comfortable answering it because remember, the scumbag attackers are in here watching too. But if you feel comfortable answering this, let's do a quick poll. Do you think that the fetus was, do you think that the pregnancy was viable at the time of her death? 1 for yes, 2 for no. Basically, I'm saying, do you think that she had already lost the pregnancy at the time of her death? And I don't mean like 10 minutes before. What I'm asking is, do you think that she may have already miscarried the baby like a week before or whatever? Because remember when she was in North Carolina, she was saying she was spotting and cramping, but she didn't go in to see a doctor because she said she was out of network for the insurance, which I don't buy that for 1 second, right? Do you think that that the pregnancy was still viable at the time of her death? Number 1, yes. Number 2, no. Oh, wait. I don't see any ones or twos, so I'm going like, where are they? And now I realize I didn't scroll down because I scrolled up to get that other comment. Okay, let's see what we have here. You guys were voting, and I'm sitting there going, why aren't you guys voting? Okay, we have 2, no, 2, no, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, no, 2, 2, 2, 2. Are there any ones? Wow, two, 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 two. Now we have a one. Kylie is a one. Kylie, want to come up here? Seriously, we need to have people coming up on the panel, you guys, because I get really boring. Chicks are crazy says one. Okay, so you guys think, and Jane says two. So you guys think that Kylie and Chicks Are Crazy, you guys believe that her pregnancy was still viable at the time of her death? Two, two. Sasha says two, but I think Sasha's just kind of like doing a sociology study or something. You should email me, Sasha. I've got a lot of good information for you about mob mentality and stuff. If you're doing some kind of a research thing on it. Ooh, honey badger. Oh, I clicked. Susan, you got to spell it right, man, or we're all going to be suspicious. That's one of our key clues. Honey Badger says, I think she self-aborted with meds, drugs, and alcohol. Her body might have even went into toxic shock. Do you think on the night of her murder, or do you think that like a week before? Because I think it's really strange for her to be saying that she was spotting and cramping. And remember, she couldn't go to the bathroom for like 15 days or 7 days or something really weird. So she didn't go to get any medical attention because she said she was out of network, like I said about the insurance, right? So then she gets back to Colorado. Pretty much, if you're pregnant and you haven't seen your OB and you're spotting and cramping, what are you going to do? Are you going to go, oh, goody, I get to go for sales training this weekend to Arizona? Or are you going to get your butt in to see your OBGYN? That's why I'm kind of wondering if maybe she knew. You know what I mean? Why didn't she rush right into the OBGYN while she was in North Carolina? Why did she get on an airplane, days later, right? If you're spotting and cramping, there's just no way, especially if you want to believe all the BS about high risk pregnancy and all that crap. There's no way that anybody will be so careless with their pregnancy at all to totally ignore spotting and cramping. And then not only to ignore it 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4, but to hop on a plane, go back to Colorado, and then to still not see her OBGYN, and then to hop on another plane, go to Arizona for the weekend. Are you kidding me? Where is the uproar? All these women who are saying, oh, she was so wonderful. Why aren't these women saying, what do you mean she didn't see her doctor? Like, where's the uproar? That is not okay to not see your OBGYN for 15 weeks. And it is especially not okay to not see your OBGYN if you're spotting and cramping. So that's why I'm kind of thinking that probably she figured that maybe it wasn't viable. Well, and think about it too. If you look at the whole Munchausen and Munchausen by proxy thing, look at March. I keep saying that. Look at March of 2018. All of a sudden, both girls needed surgery in the same day. Like, in what world does that make sense? Now think about how she posted, how she was so excited. She was so happy that she found a doctor who would. Do you know any parent who would be happy that their children are both going in for surgery? However, if your husband's leaving you, then that's pretty good timing, isn't it? Right? She's probably like, oh, yeah, we're getting divorced, but you know what? You got to hang in there because the kids are both sick. They need surgery, right? Exactly. She would not have hopped on a plane. She would have been in the emergency room in North Carolina. So then it makes you wonder, did she really have spotting and cramping going on? Or was she lying about that in order to control Christopher Watts somehow that way? She was probably like, oh, you're causing stress, and stress is making me have spotting and cramping. I mean, who knows, right? Oh, we already have a flip flopper. I'm just being silly, Kylie. I don't think they ever found out the gender. I think they gave it a name and gender after the death so they could create a narrative. Well, and here's the thing. Didn't the name come from her brother? I'm not sure, but it sounds or it seems to me that the name was announced by her brother. But then when the police said, oh, do you come out here a lot and stuff like that? In his police interview, the brother said something like, well, that he was planning on, I think he was planning on it or going to or something. I don't know. It sounded like he hadn't been there. Well, remember, I don't think he had met Cece yet, right? So, okay, if they haven't seen each other for 3 years, I don't know. Is that the person who is going to be confided in about any kind of a name or gender? And quite frankly, I don't think they knew the gender. I don't think they knew the gender at all. I think that was part of the sensationalism at the time. Did you guys see there was a video uploaded a couple days ago? Maybe it was yesterday, I think. I don't know. And they're putting out this story with Ashley Bansfield saying all about the lover, Christopher Watts' lover. And the person who posted the video had no clue that that was already debunked. But when you look at that video, it's like, this is exactly how he was treated right after he was arrested. There were so many lies going on. It was mind-boggling, right? How the headlines read, how the storyline went. There was a book posted on Amazon within just a couple of weeks. In the very first paragraph that said she was a retired nurse. So, okay, now fast forward to now that we know all about the fact that he was doinking his coworker with the name Nicole, do you really think, whether it was a boy or a girl, whether it was a viable pregnancy, do you really think there's a snowball's chance in HELL that any child would have the first four letters of the co-worker that the husband was doinking of her name? I'm thinking probably not. Exactly. How could they know? Exactly right. Well, actually, she also said in one broadcast, why is it so difficult for people to believe that there may have been other people involved? And then after that, she no longer talked about the case of Christopher Watts until just recently she started talking about it again. I don't believe the 15-week crap at all. I don't believe it. Do not believe it. And you guys know that the photo that they use to show her pregnant, that photo, the one I think she's like standing next to an orange or whatever, that photo was from 3 years and 8 months earlier, or 3 years and 7 months earlier. That was from when she was pregnant with Cece. So why aren't they using a current photo? What's that about? And where are all the videos in the last month? Bumblebee is asking Honey Badger, how far along do you think? Yeah, I don't know how anyone can even begin to claim infertility issues or fertility issues. She got pregnant 4 months after they got married. So when did she ever have fertility issues? Another mini marathon could be about how Jugs and FRJ became best buds. Who is Jugs? That woman was so seedy and even gave him the heave ho since he was always hitting her up for money. Who is Jugs, James? I don't. Oh. Do you mean MGL? That would be an interesting mini marathon because yeah, okay. Um yeah, she did a video that was really interesting where she talked about the situation. And here's something that I find very interesting because she's one of the first, there were like 3 at first who were attacking me really bad. She was terrible. And she was connected to all the scumbags too. And she then in her video talking about her connection with that side of the family, she said that Christopher Watt's mother-in-law was telling her exactly what to say. And then you have Alice Cooper making literally slanderous and defamatory videos against me and against Cindy Watts. And then she just admitted that she's been in close contact also with Christopher Watt's mother-in-law. But that was a very interesting video that she did. She's not my favorite person at all. I think she's a total weirdo. And I think she's definitely connected with all the scumbag attackers for sure. But I did think that it was necessary for her at that time to show the comments and the emails and stuff because I think she was like getting thrown under the bus. So she had to come out and say what had actually happened. I personally think that the whole like going in for an ultrasound supposedly, that baloney. Back in 2018, I think it was in October, November of 2018, there were people posting that ultrasound picture that she posted was actually of Cece's pregnancy when she was pregnant with Cece. And I'm just looking at chat. If people are using N or not NA, NK or anybody's name like that, we either just use first names or initials, just just to be fair and human. Like initials are good or first names are good. And I don't know how to delete stuff, so I'm not sure if I can delete it. Let me see. I don't see it. I'll have to see it first to delete it. Let's see here. Oh, that's the other thing. We're not talking even like if she's saying 15 weeks, it could very well have been. Honey Badger just said 13 weeks. There's one thing called gestational age, and it's whether or not like you either measure the pregnancy from the first date of your last period or from the first date of your last period minus 2 weeks because you actually conceive 2 weeks after the first date of your last period. You ovulate 2 weeks into your cycle. So if she's saying 15 weeks, it could have been 13 weeks right off the bat. Oh, don't do that. Is that what you're talking about? Who did that? Work email? Work email, can you delete your comment? Does anyone know how to delete comments? Work email, if you can hear me, I want you to delete that. That is totally ridiculous to do that. Yeah, I'm with you, Paul. I'm with you, but I do think it's good that she made that video, at least, and told the truth about what, because she showed proof of stuff that was very interesting. Who is Alice Cooper? That's the person who stays in her kitchen a lot. James says all about money. MGL, ours, even that female fed that interviewed CW tried to go private as an actress or book writer. I don't know who that is. The one who wrote the book and then took it off? Were you able to delete it, work email? If you can, please go back and delete it, because I'm looking on this thing and I don't know how to delete yet, but I'll try to learn. Just not right now. You guys, come on, don't do that. Seriously. I know that there are a lot of people who are following the hater channels who believe that NK was somehow involved. I'm here to tell you, NK was not involved with anything except doinking her coworker. And by the time they started doinking, that marriage was over. You know, NK didn't do anything wrong at all, except she was dating a guy whose divorce wasn't final yet. And I highly doubt that Christopher Watts said, "Hi, I'm a real dipshit and I haven't filed for divorce yet." He probably said, "Yeah, we're getting divorced just a short time because we got to, get rid of the house and whatever, and, the kids and whatever." Probably, who knows? The kids are sick, probably, right? Whatever his excuse was. I'm sure he didn't say, "Yeah, hi, I'm happily married," because he wasn't happily married. That marriage was already over. Why do you think she stopped making the house payments in December of 2017? I think she was trying to totally F up his housing credit history to make it where he couldn't leave. That marriage was over. She was done with him. She was totally done with him. She said to a hairstylist in early July that she was getting divorced and looking forward to being single again. Those are Christopher Watts' wife's own words. She was getting divorced and looking forward to being single again. She said that in early July. That marriage was over. I'm so tired of hearing about how, he cheated on his wife. Yeah, they were still legally married, but I do not see it as him cheating on his wife at all. He was stupid. He should have been spending his 6 weeks or 5 weeks in the summer hiring a lawyer, getting divorced, selling the house, moving, right? I've said that in other videos that's one thing I think he really failed his children that summer, because he should have used that time to move on to make sure that the girls were safe. Honey Badger said there's more evidence pointing to NK's innocence than anyone else involved with this case. NK is absolutely innocent. There's there are so many scumbag attacker channels. Some of them don't look like it. Some of them seem friendly. Some of them, talk really like they're your buddy or whatever. But pretty much, if they're going with any part of the BS narrative, they're scumbag attackers. They're just fulfilling different roles in the attack. Look at how they spend their time. NK, NK, NK. Gee, I wonder why. And don't give me that video crap. I'm sorry. Play the video. If you don't see a person walking when that video plays, which none of us did for the first year, then there is not a person walking in the shadows or whatever. That's baloney. To me, my opinion, total baloney. They're making noise. That's what they're supposed to be doing. They're supposed to be making a whole bunch of noise so that you're not thinking straight, so that you're confused, so that you think, "Oh my gosh, it must have been the girlfriend. The girlfriend must have climbed in the back window." Really? You really think that a college-educated, hard-working 30-year-old woman who had plenty of men lining up at her door, right? And she knew how to have fun. She traveled, she had a full life, a lot of friends. She was successful as a young single gal doing her thing. You really think she's going to give that much of a crap about Christopher Watts? You're kidding me. Not at all. She was not involved at all. It's just the scumbag attackers want you to be mad at her, because, oh, he cheated on his wife. No, he didn't. That marriage was over. He was just too much of a doormat to realize that his wife was lying to him about how soon they could afford to get a divorce. He should have been seeing a lawyer, hiring a lawyer, filing for divorce while she was in North Carolina. Well, here's the thing, Susan. And I don't know. I mean, some people believe that they see whatever, okay? But here's the thing. On any of those channels, have they lied to you once? Because if they've lied to you once, then they've probably lied to you 100 times. That's something to think about. Have they flip-flopped? I've never flip-flopped. Thought-provoking videos has never flip-flopped. Set the Record Straight has never flip-flopped. Gloria has never flip-flopped. But every other channel, they'll flip-flop no matter which way the wind's blowing. And just remember that if they've lied to you once, they've probably lied to you 100 times. Lainey says he truly fell in love with NK. I thought they looked so happy together. I think he really was able to get in touch with being a person again, because I think that from the time he met his wife, that he lost his own identity. And I think that with NK, he was able to have his own identity again. I think that's what was happening. And, I just sat here saying he should have been getting a lawyer. Maybe he had to find his identity first. I don't know. But still, I don't care. He should have been getting a lawyer. He should have been I don't know, doinking her on the weekends or something if he wanted to, and spending his time focused on hiring a lawyer, filing for divorce, and fighting for custody. Alice is doing the ours no favors at all. She is rude, aggressive, and has no manners. She talks to people as if they were 5 years old, even senior citizens. Alice is very rude. You should see some of her smack videos. They're almost funny, but they're not, because she is actually committing slander and defamation in her crap. Big time. And I really would cheer hearing that Cindy Watts filed something against her. I would cheer that on, because she has made attack videos against Cindy Watts that are absolutely nothing but a smear campaign. And the crap she has said about me, she's saying that she would be surprised if I had an 8th grade education. Really, Alice? Really? Sounds like somebody who was told what to say and who doesn't mind using her little microphone to spew whatever lies she thinks will get her applause. Honey Badger, I think trial separation and 0 funds. Yeah, I don't think it was a trial separation, though. I know that makes sense, but it's kind of the same thing. I think if they weren't already divorcing, she would have never left for 5 weeks straight. You don't take away a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old from their other parent if you have a cohesive nuclear family. You don't say, yeah, we're going to take off for 5 weeks. That's not normal. I think that she had to have the girls in daycare, and I don't think they could afford it. And I think that the only option she had was to go stay at her mother's house. Here's Hillary Jane. Hillary was in the other live chat and she kept saying, why aren't you answering my question? I've asked you. Yeah. Well, Hillary, I hope you know they blocked me while you kept going, why aren't you answering my question? So what's your question, Hillary? As I've already asked. Eternal Flame. I was going to take a look at her videos, but decided I would be at the end of my life if I watched them. Yeah. Well, I don't know. If you're into shopping at the dollar store, they're actually kind of interesting. They do find some really good buys. Oh my. Here's Hillary again. Let's see what her question is. LOL. Yes, I know, Miss Mensa, but asked you again 3 times. What's your question, Hillary? Would you please stop playing your games? Did you watch our last marathon? I do not tolerate bullshit. So if you have a question, ask the question because your little victim routine is bullshit. I go to sleep and wake up for work several hours later and she's still on. I know it. Yeah. I hope she did set that record though, because that's at least something productive, right? Oh, Danielle likes it when Miss Mensa yells, I think. Speak, Hillary. What's your question? Lisa says, ask the question, Hillary. Come on, Hillary. You've asked it 8 times. Why won't Miss Mensa answer my question? Come on, Hillary. What's the question? Here she comes. Okay, here we go. This is Hillary's question. Did Cindy know that SW was not allowed to be with the kids 90 minutes? I did answer that question in that other live chat. Did you see my answer when I said that Cindy offered? I think you asked the thing about the 5-hour thing too, right? Cindy offered to take her back to the house because she was leaving, okay? And she said no because she had a ride coming to drive her and the girls, which is odd, that right? But it isn't odd if you know what we've been told. To me, that is one of the times when I spoke with Cindy that I got the impression that she knew. Now, whether or not Cindy has discussed what she knows, that's up for Cindy to say, okay? If Cindy knows about any CPS case, that's up to Cindy to discuss. There's a reason why Cindy Watts trusts me, okay? Obviously, I'm not going to say, well, Cindy knew this or Cindy didn't know that or whatever. That's up to Cindy. And I think that we should all encourage Cindy to speak and to tell us what she knows. I will say this, Hillary, Cindy knows a hell of a lot more than she has said so far. But that example, so maybe my answer to you would have seemed, I guess I can see why that would have seemed like on a different track than what you're on. But it's not meant to be on a different track. That was one of the examples when it sure appeared to me that if that wasn't the case, then why would you have even offered? It wasn't that close either. It would have been a real inconvenience for her to have done that. So she evidently was going along with that same plan, if you see what I'm saying. So I hope that answers the question. You're not getting any more out of me. Sorry, I don't mean to sound so snarky. But that really bugged me when you kept going, answer me, answer me. I'm like, what? What are you asking? I answered it. And then they blocked me and you kept going, answer me, answer me. Oh, now Hillary's laughing. Okay, Hillary, you want to come up on panel and laugh? That'd be cool. I'm not taking it personally. Come up on panel. Talk. I think you guys think it's easy for me to sit here and talk to 182 people all at the same time. This is not that easy. And the chat goes so fast. I'm sitting here just going, oh my gosh. Okay, here's a good one to put up here. Angela says, I pray for your family, Cindy and Ronnie. Paul asks, will you have another Cindy interview, MM? No, that interview wasn't really an interview, Paul. That was one day we were talking on the phone, and she was really, the way she was talking, you know, as far as the girls and stuff, I said, Cindy, you know what? People need to hear you say this, you know? And I said, sometime we should talk, you know, on the phone and put it out there so that people can hear how much you loved your family, right? How much you love your family. And she said, let's do it. And I'm like, really? And so it was really impromptu and it wasn't really an interview. It was more like two women talking because I wanted everyone to hear how much she loved her family. And I think it came across in that conversation. You know, the whole crap that people say how Cindy has said something bad. Cindy hasn't said anything bad at all. She has a whole lot more she could have said, let me tell you. And face it, the last time she saw her daughter-in-law lost her temper and physically came after her down the hallway, yelling and charging toward her. That's what Cindy called it, charging toward her down the hallway. I think Cindy's been really nice. She could have said a lot worse. 6:30 every night. Cindy said like two little birdies. They would tilt their heads back when their mother would come toward them with she said that she would use like a little syringe thing, you know, that you measure. I don't know. I would think like a little alligator spoon would have worked, but she had a syringe, you know, that she would measure the dose. I bet you, I'm just guessing here. I bet you she did that little click, click with the end of it. I bet you. She probably went tap, tap, you know, like she probably saw on television. I do think that Sandy was in Christopher Watt's wife's ear right before the nut meltdown because in Sandy's letter, she said that Shanann called her and said that Jamie and Cindy were tag teaming her. And then after it happened, she actually called her dad and said, get me the hell out of here now. So I do believe that that meltdown stemmed from her conversation with her mother. I've never heard of an adult woman say that she's being tag teamed like that. That's weird. And Jamie wasn't even there. Jamie was there long enough to drop off her kids and to head off to work. So for her to be on the phone complaining to her mother that her mother-in-law and sister-in-law were tag teaming her and then supposedly telling her about razor blades or maybe not razor blades. I think she was only whining about bowls of nuts or something at that point. I'm sorry. There's something interesting about that timing. Because remember, Christopher Watt's mother-in-law refused to speak to his mother ever again. Refused to speak to her. So it's not like you had a couple of mother-in-laws who were even saying, hi, how are ya? Right? So she refused to speak to Christopher Watt's mother. I wonder how she felt having her daughter and grandchildren staying there and going shopping and having a nice time sitting out together, talking about how they love each other, talking about their love for each other, okay? So I don't know. How did her mother feel hearing how close they were, how close her daughter was with her mother-in-law? I don't know. Bowls of razor blades, there you go, and bowls of nuts, and an ice cream cone with nuts on top. Thank you, Brooke. Miss Mensa just feels everyone against her. I'm not. Wouldn't be on her channel if I was. I don't feel everyone's against me, Hillary. I just don't take any shit. So, whatever. And I think something a lot of people don't realize, there are literally thousands of people who do believe that it is reasonable to believe that Christopher Watts was telling the truth when he said he did not murder Bella and Cece. The frustrating part of all this is that there are just a few of us who are standing up against the bullshit and discussing this case. Unless, all these other people are in their private groups, which it's their right to do that, but they're discussing it in private and they're sending me stuff saying, oh, look at this, what about this, do that. And it'd be really nice if they'd all get channels too, if they would make their own videos or maybe even hop up on the panel, right? Like right now, and I'm not saying, I don't know, it's hard to be one person on a panel and to keep trying, there are almost 200 people here, right? And I love it. It's great. But it'd be really nice if someone else would hop up here and, maybe take some of the questions, or it would make it more interesting, right? Oh, Hillary, come on. Really? Seriously? You're going to do that? Bye-bye, Hillary. I don't know how to delete the comments, but I do know how to block people. So I just said bye-bye to Hillary. Michelle says, I've heard from Shiners that I must be you, Miss Mensa. Oh, congratulations, Michelle. Take that as a compliment. When I say that I think she killed the girls. Yep, everybody's Miss Mensa. And the next thing they're going to do is start calling you Cindy Watts. Cece was in a shopping cart with jars of Jif. Susan says she's shy. I'm shy too, Susan. I'm kind of kidding. Where did that Jif one go? Here it is. Did you guys hear that there was a video? This is what I was told, that there was a video from a police department in North Carolina that was sent to either the investigators or the prosecutor, I'm not sure which, and that it showed Christopher Watts' wife hitting Cece right in Walmart, and that it was returned to Walmart saying that they didn't need it. That's what I was told. Have you guys heard about that? Oh, you're Jamie. Yeah, of course you are. Well, we knew that. Miss Mensa, I'm fairly new. Shanann's text and letter sounded like she wanted to reconcile. Would this be because she was afraid of losing control? Sorry if asked, answered. I don't think that her text and her letter sounded like she wanted to reconcile. I think it was a farce, and I'll tell you why. Good question, Ruth Ann. Christopher Watts wanted to take Bella and Cece with him to see his parents. She said, absolutely not, over my dead body. That doesn't sound like a woman who's wanting to reconcile. The weekend that they were supposed to be spending with Ronnie and Cindy Watts in Myrtle Beach, His wife didn't say a word about her prohibiting them from seeing Bella and Cece that weekend. She waited until they drove all the way to Myrtle Beach, until they checked into their hotel room before telling Christopher that they were not allowed to see Bella and Cece. And then she didn't let go, man. She kept going. She expected him to tell Ronnie that he was going to meet with Ronnie on Monday, but that Cindy was not allowed to be present so that he could explain why they had to treat, his family better. And I don't mean, I'm talking how, I guess respect his wife or something. She waited for them to drive all the way to Myrtle Beach and to get their hotel room before saying she was refusing to allow them to see the girls. That is not a woman who's trying to reconcile. There's more. He was at their house visiting for just a short time, and there was a bad storm. And he called and said, because there was a traveler's advisory, there was a really bad storm. The street lights were out, traffic lights were down, wires were down, trees were down. It was dangerous, and there was flooding and winds, okay? He called and said that he would come back in the morning. And she said no. She said if he didn't come back right then and there, she was going to come and get him. That doesn't sound like a woman who's trying to reconcile. And then when he did get back there, she subjected him to a 3-hour bitch fest on the back porch before letting him, keyword letting him, go to sleep. That doesn't sound like a woman who's trying to reconcile. It doesn't sound like a woman who's trying to reconcile, who's sending pictures of dolls with their faces covered and wrapped, that whole thing, playing games from his phone. It doesn't sound like a woman who's trying to reconcile, who takes off for Arizona for the weekend. It doesn't sound like a woman who's trying to reconcile, who is bitching nonstop to her MLM friends, saying things like he doesn't have game or whatever. It just doesn't. She may have written one letter. She may have sent whatever text, but if you pay close attention to what she's saying that whenever she tried to talk to him about them, his response was, I don't want to lose the girls. Well, think about the ongoing family matter, the court hearing that was coming up. I think he had to do something very quickly, or they were both going to lose the girls. Just my opinion. And I don't think it was any marriage she was trying to save. I think what she was trying to save was access to credit cards. Exactly, Krika. I think that she played along for a long time saying, well, of course we're getting divorced. And like she's, and she's, hot chicken control. She's fine with a divorce, whatever, big deal. And then I think she stayed at her parents' house. And I think she realized she didn't want to get divorced. But I think by the time she figured out she didn't want to get divorced, it was too late. That marriage was already over. Exactly. How many people have we heard from that she had a temper, that she was a control freak, all sorts of stuff, right? So why is anything that we're saying a surprise to anybody? Nobody has ever said that Christopher Watts had a temper. And let's remember, 1 month before, she was accusing her mother-in-law of attempting to murder one of the girls. Who does that? And then she also threatened her that the girls would never step foot in that house again. Well, and a month later, guess what happened? Kids sleeping with pillows and blankets over their faces with supposed asthma, croup. And here's something else about with the supposed asthma. You would never give your children Benadryl and Tylenol if they truly had asthma. No way in hell. No way. And you would not have those types of pillows and blankets in the cribs with babies if they had asthma. No way in hell. It makes me wonder what she was putting in those nebulizers. I don't know who you're responding to, Lisa. Lisa says, yeah, her son took all 4 of out. I'm scrolling up to see if you're responding to someone. Miss Mensa, Ashley wants to come up. Okay, who's Ashley? I'm doing the copy thing. Hold on. Can you see it? There it is. Oh, Ashley says not me. Mogirl says Amy. Who's Amy? I don't see any Amy on the list. I'm scrolling up and I don't see an Amy. So I don't see any Amy saying they want to come up. Her face was always puffy looking. That's an interesting observation. Do you know the video where Bella is singing in the back seat? Take a look at her cheeks, at how red her cheeks were, and how she looks like she's just really overheated, right? That's one video that I looked at that I thought, you know what? I don't think she's driving with the girls. I think she pretty much does those videos sitting in the driveway. Because, people who have been contacting me are saying that she wasn't allowed to drive with the girls. And I thought, yeah, because the car isn't running, so Bella's overheated. The air conditioning isn't on, right? But then I looked at those cheeks and I thought, you know what? They look a little bit, I don't know if we have any nurses in the house here, but if so, you'll know what I'm talking about. Her cheeks look a little bit like what are known as Theo cheeks. And Theo stands for a drug called theophylline. And theophylline usually it comes like in sprinkles, and it is used for children who have asthma. And it's a very serious drug that parents should not be careless with at all. But just to me, and I'm not a medical person at all, she looks like she has Theo cheeks in that photo. And if so, I'm sorry, that's disgusting. That makes me angry. If you guys can't tell, if you haven't been around that long, been around our channel that long, my passion with this case is what the hell happened to Bella and Cece. My passion with this case is why on earth were those children not safe? So when I see something like the way Bella's cheeks looked in that photo, and I wonder, was that some form of medication? And if you have Theo cheeks, it means you're getting way too much Theo. Okay? And way too much Theo isn't a good thing. So the whole idea with that whole Benadryl at bedtime and everything, and the previous comment about blankets and pillows and stuff, that is not how you are with children who have asthma. It simply isn't. Sorry for that little rant, but I forgot about the theophylline thing. I've been meaning to bring that up, and I have forgotten it a few times. Mensa, you are correct. Nikki, are you a nurse? I'm scrolling up, Lisa, and I don't see her at all. Oh, wait. Okay, there I see one. Like 15 minutes ago. Oh, good. Nikki is a nurse. I hope you don't mind me reading this. Nikki's a nurse and she works at Children's Hospital. So, do you see what I'm saying about the whole Theo thing? I don't know if you saw that video of Bella, but she looks at first, no pun intended, blush. She looks like she's just overheated from sitting in a car without having the car turned on. But those cheeks look very Theo cheeks to me. Yes, very flushed. Well, if you're getting too much theophylline, then your cheeks do that, and that's usually how the doctors can tell that they need to run a test quick to check the levels because you do not want to have too much theophylline, that's for sure. And I know in one of the videos, Christopher Watt's wife said that she gave the girls both their medicine, and then someone right away was like, "What did you give them?" Which I think that's a very unusual question. If I post on social media that I gave one of my kids medicine and somebody said, "What did you give them?" I'd think, "Well, what's it to you?" But on the other hand, I would never post on social media whether or not I gave kids medicine, for Pete's sake. That's ridiculous. But anyway, she said amoxicillin, prednisone, and lots of Tylenol. That was her answer. Okay, and I've been asking the question ever since, what dose, please, is lots of Tylenol? Well, prednisone, right, is a steroid. Theo, I think, is like prednisone on steroids, right? But I'm not sure. Again, I'm not a medical person, so I'm not sure. So it could have been even a heavy duty prednisone dose. I don't know. I'm not sure. A doctor jumper, and that's very dangerous. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Well, not only a jumper, but a searcher. You know, that post where she was excited about the girls both having to have surgery in the same day, or the post where she was so happy because finally they were diagnosed with asthma. Evidently, the doctors before were saying no, they didn't have asthma. My hunch is because they didn't. That would be my guess. And then they were happy because they found a physician assistant who said that they did have asthma. Well, evidently the MDs were saying no, they didn't have asthma. Like, you know, it's the same thing was happening with the familial Mediterranean fever. Those poor little girls were subjected to one specialist after another. Well, they were relying heavily on her reporting of what their daily temperature record was. Okay. She was supposed to take their temperature and put it in a journal and then come back in 3 months, right? Okay, let's see. Prednisone is a steroid, and you get what is called moon face when used for long periods. Right. I'm not talking about long periods. I'm talking about too high of a dose. So I don't know if prednisone would also go with that heavy duty, super red cheeks. I don't know. Amy, it says your device is not connected. It shows your name backstage, but it says backstage, but it says your device is not connected. Hey, Amina. Amina's excited because she finally made it to a live. We're not that fun, Amina. Yes, I thought Cece did, but I get what you're saying about the prednisone because if you think about it, we'll go back to oops, I clicked on the oh, this thing goes faster than me, I swear. Come on. Where did it go? There it is. Okay, go back to this one. Prednisone is a steroid. You get what's called moon face. That is, I think, what was because Cece did have a very more of a round, and I don't mean just the baby face, She had more of the round, puffy, really, kind of a puffy. But what I'm talking about is that in the car video where it was like red, like flush red. Okay, let me see here. Here's Amy. Okay, you're on, Amy.
Hi, guys. I've always listened to you. I've always wanted to throw in my 2 cents. I've been a preschool teacher for 20 years.
All right.
Bella and Cece's age, and I have lots to say. The Shanann was the quintessential mother with the allergies ad nauseum and this and bringing in a 3-4 page letter what all they can do and have and not have, and nobody else with a birthday could bring in certain foods because her kids, like, I get it. I know that parent. And my big thing is that you would think that a parent like that would be like wonderful. Like if their kid got sick, you would call and they would immediately pick them up. That they would just be caring. But from what I've seen in 20 years, they're the opposite.
Right. Well, I think that you're kind of nailing it as far as their issue going in, because if they're acting like that, the fact that they are already believing that their 3 or 4 year old child is so, averse to the environment or whatever, if they're already going in making those statements, I think it's a sign of something much far different than whether or not their child has allergies. Like, I don't want to totally discount allergies. Yeah, they're serious. It's important. But I think there are a lot fewer allergies than what
Hello?
sorry, my phone's ringing. I think there are a lot fewer actual allergies than what there are parents trying to run your day, basically, when they come in to a daycare center and try to tell you how exactly what to do and how to do it and when, and the whole idea that it's hey guys, sorry about that. So what I was saying is that if a mom comes into the daycare center and is pretty much instructing the daycare center staff exactly how they're going to run their center and using basically what I would say phantom illnesses and allergies and oh, there goes my other phone. Sorry. Oh my gosh. If that's the case, then I think it's possibly a symptom of something other than illness, allergy, whatever. I think it's a person who thinks that they're going to run other people in their lives, including the daycare center. Just recently I saw the video that I haven't seen it in all this time. I saw it just the other day of Cece's third birthday party. And it's a video, of course, with Christopher Watt's wife front and center. And they're singing happy birthday to Cece. And that video was far different than any birthday party video I've ever seen. There were children seated at the other table. There were children seated at the first table. Okay. And there was some little treat that had a candle in it. There wasn't the big cake. There wasn't the kids waiting anxiously with a candle on the big cake and everyone, I don't know. It bothered me because I thought, was she so in need of control that she would choose to deprive her children of even having a normal birthday party? And I think the answer is yes. Look at how she controlled everybody with food. Everybody. But keep in mind, she could have pizza whenever she wanted it. She could go to Chick-fil-A whenever she wanted. She could go through the drive-thru. She could go for whatever, French fries, whatever. She could have whatever she wanted whenever she wanted it. But what did Cindy Watts do when she came for the visit? She spent $375 for her daughter-in-law so she could have exactly the right food. You know, that isn't normal. It isn't even close to normal. It's pretty much like everyone's just encouraging that behavior. And back to the daycare setting, daycare center workers are going to be very accommodating to the moms and try to, you know, encourage them and try to reassure them, it's never going to be enough, because that mom who's walking in with that checklist telling you what to do, they're probably the same ones who want a full report of every time the child, you know, laughed. I don't know. I just pulled that one out. It's never going to be enough because they want you to know they're in charge. And to me, that's a sign of something other than, like I said, any allergies or any illnesses. I think people who have that kind of control freak-itis going on have some serious insecurities, at least. Brooks, I agree toddlers can be a handful, but those two girls were reasonably well behaved. Those girls were so well behaved. Any of those videos where she's calling them monsters, I never saw any video where the girls misbehaved. She was a bully. She controlled with fear and bogus accusations. Well, I'll tell you, when Cindy told me about the day that her daughter-in-law came charging toward her down the hallway, I would have dialed 911. I would have dialed 911. Any person, suddenly going from standing there friendly and having a great visit and everything's fine and normal to suddenly charging down the hallway, yelling and accusing someone of attempted murder. I mean, the kids ran. The children were afraid of her. The children told Cindy that the look in her eyes was scary. Okay. The children were hiding from her. I would have called an ambulance. I would have called the police and said, and I don't care, I'm talking neighbor, whoever. If someone wants to come charging toward me with a psycho look in their eyes, then I think it's time for the police to come and bring an ambulance with you. I think SW was living out her own traumas. Interesting. What do you think? Tell us more. What do you think? Plenty of times she would say she is going to pick up her groceries and she would brag how her shopping is done. If I had a kid with allergies, I wouldn't let some stranger pick out my food for my kid. I don't think she had a kid with allergies. Just my opinion. Cindy doesn't like conflict and probably didn't want to get involved and make it worse. You can't reason with a bully. Yeah, I just don't think it's in Cindy's DNA to pick up the phone and call the police and say this person is out of control. Plus, if you think about it, by that time she had known her for 8 years. She was probably used to it by then, as far as that walking on eggshells thing. She was probably, I think you can almost get conditioned to, it's kind of like their weird normal would be nobody wants to make her mad. I mean, that's pretty sad if you're running around not wanting to make her mad, right? There you go. I would have called Bellevue. Exactly. Food restriction is a huge part of abuse. Yes, it is. Food deprivation, and also the whole idea of here, have a bag of marshmallows, it's all about power and control. Exactly. And during the years of their lives that this was happening, it's even worse, because that's during the years where they should be able to not have any kind of a weird food issue going on. But, read up on Munchausen by proxy. The 3 most common ways that Munchausen moms abuse their children, and yes, it is abuse, it's medical abuse, is through poisoning, smothering, and malnutrition. And, the whole idea of poisoning is like giving them medicine that they don't need. The whole malnutrition thing is either feeding them crap that's going to make them sick or not feeding them properly so that they're sick, right? Have you ever heard of kids having that esophagus thing, allergic to eggs, allergic to kiwi, come on. And what's with all the sliver of this and a sliver of that? Feed the children, for Pete's sake. Oh, I'm way behind on comments. Sorry. And this is the sad part, is that when people are walking on eggshells and they're afraid to say, like they're afraid to speak up, they're afraid to say, okay, there's a problem here. It had to have bothered Cindy, right? To see her granddaughters being fed Benadryl and Tylenol. Of course it bothered her. But why didn't she do something about it? Why didn't Christopher Watts do something about it? Why was that something that was taken as normal when it was so not normal? Christopher Watts' father-in-law mentions that they took his wife from doctor to doctor for her migraines. The way I understand it is that she was sick all the time, they took her to the doctor all the time, and then finally she was diagnosed with migraines, which tells me that probably they couldn't figure out anything that was wrong with her, so they figured she had migraines. Like, by deduction. Poor Bella was so hungry she would be taking all of the Probar samples. One of the saddest videos of all is the one where she's asking for a bite of the brownie. And, her vocabulary, I think, my opinion, her vocabulary was not age appropriate. And neither was her enunciation either age appropriate. And she said the word brownie more like brownie, kind of, more like a 2-year-old, right? And her mother, right on the video, which it shouldn't have happened whether or not the camera was rolling, but the fact that the camera was rolling makes you wonder what was going on when the camera wasn't rolling. She said that she could have a bite if she could pronounce it right. I'm sorry, but if you have a 4, almost 5-year-old who cannot pronounce the word brownie, that's on you. And if you have a child begging for a bite of a brownie, how about you feed her lunch? I don't know, just saying. Exactly. They were both beautiful and sweet and healthy, by the way. And notice that when they were able to spend time at their grandparents' house that summer, their hair grew, they had color, they looked like they had energy. Poor Bella was always last. Christopher Watts even ignored her request for the sample. I think he was just a doormat enough that he probably didn't know whether or not he had permission to give it to her. Did you guys hear him telling the police that the MLM stuff was really good stuff? Like he was doing a sales pitch, just like her helper was doing a sales pitch during her police interview. I couldn't believe it. And he sat there talking about how, the MLM stuff was really good stuff. He said it's got probiotics and prebiotics. Isn't that great? Probiotics and prebiotics. Yeah, I think Christopher Watts and his wife were both so intelligent. I know, at the look in her eyes, Brooke, just the look in her eyes, she is so sad. It's terrible. You would think there would be more videos of meals with kids, but rarely did we see the kids eat. Exactly. Unless they were in the pantry with a bag of marshmallows or having a chocolate chip, and I mean one. Oh, the hair clips one was terrible. Oh my gosh, that one was so sad. Did you see when she asked her if she quit sucking her thumb and she shook her head no? And she was kind of like hugging the clips, almost like if you can hug clips. That was a terror. Oh, that video was so sad. That poor little baby. That poor little girl. I know, people are like, oh, you're mean, you're mean, you're mean. And it's like, really? Because we happen to be the only channel focused on Bella. I don't think that's mean at all. I think that's called we've got guts. And we're going to speak up because we don't make excuses on this channel for child abusers. That's for damn sure. Who got to eat the barbecue chicken kebabs? Kids got cold pizza as a last meal. Well, I don't know. Their mother was off in Arizona eating whatever her friends were buying her. I guess if we're going to talk about what everybody ate, let's go ahead and talk about what everybody ate. So you have one guy who's babysitting the kids on the weekend while his wife flies off with a bunch of her friends, eating in the restaurants. So he grills something on the barbecue and feeds his kids cold pizza, which I think he was told to do by the wife who was telling him what to do, even in absentia. Nice try, Sandy Beach. A for effort. Paula says she wanted a bite of Probar, and Shanann said, "You want a laptop?" Yeah, that's a sad one too. She was hungry, obviously, or else she was really keen on those Probars. And, obviously her mother wasn't paying attention. And she said, "Oh, you want a laptop? Well, what do we do when there's something we want? We put it on our vision board." And poor little Bella, oh my gosh. Can you imagine if you're sitting there hungry and you've got your mother talking about the vision board? Did a couple of videos about the vision board. I said, it's my opinion that if Bella could actually have made a vision board that was full of all of the things that she wanted, that my hunch would be she would want to put a house right in the middle that her daddy could buy them in North Carolina right near her Mimi and Papa. Yes, off the scale. Oh my gosh, Amina, that's a terrible one. And you wouldn't believe how many people line up to say, "Oh, they were just having fun. They were just playing with squirt guns." And the part where she laughs and says that's why she had kids. Oh, it was terrible. The Christmas video, yes, London girl. And the Whack-A-Daddy one with the pie in the face. Oh my gosh. Yes, even Dieter got in on the victimhood there. Did you guys know that Dieter was diagnosed with exactly what Cindy Watts' dog was diagnosed with 1 week later? Oh, that's right. Remember that? Or maybe that was a different one, but there was one where she said both girls were in the emergency room the night before and Cece had whatever, and then she couldn't remember what Bella had, and she goes, she'll just have to get through it. She could not remember what she had. So she was either lying across the board, or that's pretty shitty not to know what your child has if you had to take them to the emergency room for it the night before. Yes, and it was 1 week after Cindy's dog was diagnosed and had to have crate rest. Then all of a sudden, supposedly Dieter had the same thing going on. Okay, you guys, my voice is getting tired. So who wants to get up here and talk? Anybody? Plus, I'm sounding so ornery. Let's get someone else up here to sound ornery. You guys are commenting really well. That's good. There's a good conversation going. It's just hard to. Oh, good. Do. I'll link it here. It's. I love the good discussion, the good conversation, but my voice is I'm just getting tired anyway. There you go. I put the link in. Okay, you guys, hold on to your hats because Honey Badger just said, I'll come up. And if anyone else wants to come up too, come on up. Seriously. It doesn't matter what your opinion on the case is. All that matters is that you know how to have a discussion. All right.
Hello?
Hey, Honey Badger.
What's going on?
I'm getting tired. I'm just gonna put it on mute and take a break.
So I was going to
No,
talk about, I noticed they were talking about Dieter. Has anybody ever seen the video of Dieter stuck in the sleeve of a sweater, struggling for like 5 minutes?
is that
And she
when
just sat there and filmed it?
Bella and Cece were right there too, I think,
No,
or
they
no?
weren't in the video. I don't know
Oh,
if
okay.
maybe they recorded something maybe prior to that, but there's a lot of videos of her like just watching people or things in distress, like with the babies in the crib. And then somebody had mentioned Cece struggling for water on the toilet.
Yeah, remember that? She hid behind the doorway. She was hiding behind the doorway and just watching. And the same thing when Cece had her leg in the crib bars. She just stood there. And that's not
And then she was
normal.
watching her on those monitors. She would watch the kids in the crib.
When you see your child covered, their face covered, it is not normal to take their picture. It isn't normal. But, I think that she actually put the blankets and pillows on their faces. I think the thing with the leg in the bars or the water thing and stuff, maybe she kind of staged that crap. Do you remember seeing the picture of Cece coming down the stairs head first?
Yeah.
And
Uh-huh.
she has a picture of it? Why on earth wouldn't she be grabbing Cece immediately? But
Well,
maybe she told Cece to do that. Maybe she stages that crap to try to look like she was some kind of super mom
yeah,
putting up.
savior.
Right.
I'm looking in the
Okay,
chat.
Brooke says this is too sick. Do you want to come up on panel, Brooke? Let's take a guess. It was horrible, and she kept taping and didn't help. Yeah, it's just not normal. It is not normal. And the part is, okay, let's say that we watch those videos and we say, oh my gosh, she needed help. Okay, what about the people who were watching those videos? Every one of her quote unquote friends, every one of any family members, distant, close, I don't care, every one of the friends, anybody, whoever, even if she had never met them, who's watching those pictures and videos and seeing those comments and not saying something is not okay with that?
I don't think many people were. I think she probably annoyed everybody to the point where they blocked her. So they
they just
probably
didn't pay
didn't see half the
attention.
stuff.
Yeah. I don't know. It just seems like, especially if you're a mom or a grandma, that you're going to look at those pictures and go, okay, there's something wrong here.
I agree with Nina. I think she wanted something to happen. I think she wanted some kind of accident or catastrophe to happen so that she'd have a reason to just, do what she did.
Well, that whole thing with the faces covered and then they end up smothered, I mean, how, right? I mean, did the detectives ever see those photos? Did they ever see all of those photos? Remember that? I don't know if you know this, but I have a video on my channel called Photo Op. where I put up a whole bunch of pictures of all the, things like Cece coming down the stairs head first, or the babies having their faces covered. Or remember the red feet? Do you see that picture?
Yeah, I remember that. I distinctly remember that.
The red feet picture. Didn't the investigators see those pictures and wonder what the hell was going on?
They were probably explained away. They probably had answers for everything.
Well, my theory is the CPS was already well aware of those pictures. That's my theory. The CPS knew damn well. And who knows, maybe that was part of how that whole thing was, Brooke also wants to come up. Okay. Isn't Brooke the one? Okay. There it is. Who else wants to come up besides Brooke? Or was Brooke the only one? I don't know. I can't scroll backwards because then it keeps going and it's already too fast. Where can we find your page with the pics? It's on the channel, Ruth Ann. It's right on the channel. Just go to, you know what I mean? Just click on the channel and then look at the videos. It's on there. Okay, that's the video by the fridge, and there is a water bottle under Bella by her feet on the floor, and she's on her toes trying to fill her own water bottle. And think about that, 2 little girls wanting a water bottle for Christmas. Like, how sad is that? That's so sad.
They were always looking for water all the time.
And that tells me they were hungry too. But that could have been from the Benadryl and Tylenol and the prednisone and the amoxicillin and who knows what else, right? Feet red like that is a sign of blood not moving due to being in one position for too long. And that picture with the red feet is also the picture that showed her hair was like worn from the crib, They say from being left, where
it
the
looked
hair
like burns. It looked like she had like hot water burns on her feet or something.
Her feet. Yeah, the back of her head was bald. Yeah. It looked that bright red, but it could be because their bodies are so tiny that it could be that it would get to that color that fast if it didn't have the right movement, LE turned a blind eye. I know it. I think that the just my opinion, I think that the ramification of having a CPS case or information about, like I said before, if there wasn't one, then why the hell wasn't there one? I think that was something that they were interested in not having any of that make it into the headlines. You guys do realize that Josh Powell's in-laws, his mother and father-in-law, well, actually the estate of Charlie and Braden Powell was awarded $93 million because of the CPS situation. So, if people ask, why would anyone cover anything up? Well, gee, maybe that's why. Okay, here's Brooke. Hi, Brooke.
Hi. Hope I don't have echo, so I can hear echo. Can you hear echo?
If you can, then you want to click off your YouTube, I think, right? Or no? How does that work? Or at least turn off the sound, I think. I'm not sure.
I'm just gonna come away from my son. He's playing his game.
Do you have a little volume thingy?
Yeah, I do, but he's 13, so he's not trying to turn anything down right now.
No, I mean on your computer. If you just turn that like click right on your volume thingy, then it won't echo.
Let's see. I'm strictly on my phone, so I'm not sure if you guys can even hear me.
Okay, we can hear you now.
Okay, I think y'all were talking about the case where the men in Colorado with the CPS. But what I was gonna say, it kind of goes back to what was being discussed in chat. I personally think that Cindy Rotz has been given like the worst deal here because everybody talks bad about her and they want to call her this, that, and the other. When I honestly think that, in this case, people don't like to hear a lot of honesty. that rubs people the wrong way. And I don't think honesty is necessarily bashing anybody, because if it happened, it happened. So that's kind of my stance on that. But it is really kind of, ashamed about the kids, because I think they're kind of getting lost in all of this. Which is, yeah.
Exactly. I agree with you, because when you look at the other channels, I looked at one video today that was just uploaded. They didn't even know Bella's name. Didn't even know her name. And they like last minute thought of Cece's name. The people who are jumping on board to try to make a lot of noise so that nobody's talking about what the heck they're trying to cover up, evidently, they don't even know the case. And I'm telling you, they can put all the praying hands they want to out there. They can put all the little, balloons and whatever they want to put out there. They don't know the case at all, and they are not focused on what poor little Bella and Cece suffered through. And Cindy Watts, too. You're exactly right. Cindy Watts has been getting attacked from day one, and they lie, and they lie, and they lie.
And the thing that actually led me to like look into this more, it wasn't so much of the what was it, the Netflix thing, because I had heard about the case before that, but somebody was like on a chat, not even a chat, it was a page on Facebook, the investigative discovery page, and they had posted the interview of Cindy Watts, and I'm like, she's just was asked questions, so she's telling you what happened. It doesn't mean that she's bashing this person at all. She's just explaining her
Exactly.
experience of what happened. I don't think she should have, I
Exactly.
don't think she should have lied. She just should have said, hey, this is, this is how it was. This is what happened. And if you look at it, because I think I'm very objective about the whole thing anyway, probably a little too objective. I think that she, she has been the most honest. She hasn't been trying to like rig or, put people all on her son's side or against the other side. It hasn't been that way. She's just saying what happened, and for it to snowball into, she doesn't love her grandkids and that she wanted the
Well,
kids
and
dead
here's
is
the
completely
thing.
wrong.
Cindy Watts has wanted to find out the truth right from the start. That's all she has ever said, is she wants to know the truth. But here's the
Yeah.
thing. They're lying when they say that they're harassing her or that they're cutting her down because of anything that she said, because they were harassing her and cutting her down before she even spoke. So they're lying. That's a total lie. They have been harassing her and minimizing her and discrediting her from day one. Oh, we lost her. Oh my goodness. I say that I want to stop talking and then I go blah, 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 blah. The video when Cindy arrived at the airport, she loved those kids so much. Exactly. And then even that's weird. You know how, Honey Badger, you were just saying how she would stand there and watch? Did you ever see that airport video where Cindy's arriving? She didn't say a word to her. She didn't say hello. She didn't say a word. She just stood there with her camera rolling.
I remember.
That's creepy. That's like psycho creepy. I'm sorry. That's weird. I mean, she just got off a plane. She's flying out there to take care of the kids, right? And her daughter-in-law can't say, hey, how was your flight? Right? She didn't say one word. She just stood there letting the camera roll. And you can tell Cindy kind of looks up at her like, oh, like awkward at best. Well, at least she has a few people on this channel who don't mind her. That's good.
I wonder if all the other lives are going on. There's a lot of lives going on today.
Are there? Well, I know
Spewing their garbage.
yeah, there were like 3 in a row, I think. I think they're freaking out, quite frankly, about that thing with the NA on the phone thing.
Because it's proof. I mean, that's proof right there.
Well, that is so weird to have it say work, mom's work or whatever. That just shows right there that the hunch all along was spot on. And it makes sense. Why would NA not know how old she was? Well, it makes sense if she's just someone she was supposed to be watching. Chicks Are Crazy says, what's this about NA? Do you want to explain that phone thing?
There is a 360 app that was admitted by Nicole Atkinson, and it's supposed to be her a GPS tracking of what she was doing at that time. And she has this 360 thing is like a family app. And she actually gave the investigators her son's coordinates as opposed to hers. And they passed them off like they were hers. So basically, it showed that her son dropped them off at the airport and picked them up from the airport, that he dropped them off at the house. Her phone went into the house with Shanann, or actually, her phone went in 5 minutes after Shanann went in, and his phone went home. So that means that Nicole Atkinson spent the night there and lied to the police. And then she covered it up by using her son's coordinates as proof. Basically, while she was like probably changed the name of the profile. Instead of Nick, it said Nikki. And it was in the discovery. And that was what the police had wanted her to come in for, because they wanted to question her about the discrepancies with her phone data.
And didn't it say mom's work for Christopher Watt's wife's number?
Yeah.
So if he's calling Christopher Watt's wife mom's work, that is screaming out that she was hired to watch her.
And the timeline isn't consistent. It's kind of cut up. So it should be like one after the other after the other. And it's a bunch of different ones basically copied and pasted together to make it look like it was all hers. But it was really a combination of hers and his.
For it to say mom's work, that's just it for me. That I'm like, okay, that just fits what everybody's saying. You know, the people who have contacted me insisting about the whole CPS thing, that absolutely fits, that she was supposed to be watching out for her. And think about it, if she was drinking, right? She's the one who would have been with her while she was drinking. And she
knew she was irate.
And if she's supposed to be, if she's hired, especially being paid, if she's supposed to be there to be watching out for her, no wonder she asked, am I going to be arrested, right? But like I was saying earlier, I really hope that she does tell everything that she knows. And I hope that her son does too. Because, I mean, obviously, if the whole phone thing is proving that she, you know, the way you're explaining it, it's like she came in 5 minutes later, then obviously there's more to say. And I hope that they actually do speak out.
Yeah, I doubt it. If they've gone this far covering things up, I doubt it. You know, she's supposed to be the hero. If it turns out that she's not and was involved in some way with covering things up, she's going to have a little something on her hands.
So in the meantime, everybody goes on and on and on about NK. Right?
She's the distraction.
Yep. Somebody said that the 360 thing was debunked. Let me see who that was.
Yeah, well, show me where they debunked it, because I tried watching their debunked BS and I didn't see anything. They didn't prove anything to me. All they did was show some JPEGs of some file folders and said, look, see this folder here? Yeah, that's where it is. Okay, let's talk about something else.
Well, I saw the clip from the Alice Cooper one where her husband debunked it, supposedly. And from what I heard him say, supposedly that it showed them going like 270 miles an hour or something, and that would have been when they were on the plane or whatever.
And those screenshots they have, those don't even look like the original phone that it even came from. I think they might even be passing around screenshots that have been doctored to fit their narrative.
For the debunking, you mean? Yeah.
I mean, and it doesn't even help, but they act like it does.
Catherine, if you want, can you explain to us about how it was debunked or why you think it was debunked? Catherine's one who said the 360 thing has been debunked.
No, it hasn't. I went back and looked in the Discovery last night, and sure as shit.
I know they're trying though. They're really trying, man. And I was saying it earlier before you came in the chat, but one thing I've seen them doing is they're saying even more than they used to. They used to say this too, but they're saying across the board, don't watch those channels. Don't give them views. We'll tell you what they say. Don't let them make money, you know.
No, they're saying 360 is crappy. It's based on satellites. They've refined the art of GPS and location tracking. So these things aren't just like, like people were saying, oh, well, sometimes my phone doesn't pick this up, pick that up. No, that's not how it works. Everything is stored somewhere. There is data. When it comes to your phone, you cannot erase that data. And it will pinpoint exactly where you are. Like it even pinpointed the fact that she didn't go through the front door. They went and sat in the back of the house for about 5 to 10 minutes before she went into the house, and she entered through the basement. Why would Nicole Atkinson enter into the basement of the house?
Well, if she was hired help, and if Shanann said to her, I'm fine, you don't need to be here, leave me alone, I'm okay, right? Then she would have just gone in the back door or gone in the, right? So she wouldn't upset her more, maybe.
It could have been a million reasons, but
Here's the
there's
thing.
something shady there. And I've always thought that Nicole was there. I've always thought,
Here's the thing. Frank said in his interview, he very clearly said about his daughter, she came home, she pulled up the receipt, and then she confronted him. Like, how the hell would he know that?
right.
Well, if Nicole was there, I guess he would know that, wouldn't he? And then he says, these aren't my words, these are what people are telling me, or something along those lines. So yeah, maybe Nicole called and said, hey, she's really upset, she's confronting him, she came in, she pulled up the receipt, right? Why did he say that? Why did he say she
think
came
about it.
home?
If they hired her, right, or if Sandy hired her, she would call Sandy before anybody.
That's who she's reporting to, of course.
Exactly.
And the idea that Sandy would be saying check the knives to Nicole,
right? And think about it. If she did have a mental illness, a lot of the times the families don't want to call the police because sometimes the police don't handle it properly. They have a fear. So I'm sure that she probably told Nicole, if anything happens, call me first.
Well, and I think too, trying to keep everything level when you're dealing with someone who evidently had a really bad weekend, who was spotting and cramping the week before, right? I mean, if you look at the total picture, then it would have been what's really sad is if Nicole was hired to watch out for her because of, and I've said it before, I think she was on disability for a mental illness. If that's the case, then she was obviously in distress, and she was obviously in distress for a very long time. We can easily see it by her text messages. We can easily see it by the look on her face, right, in those photos. If she was obviously in distress, why didn't they get her help? Why? If she's sitting in Arizona,
they never did. They always just covered up what she did. They always just kind of like brushed it underneath the rug. This happened for years.
And if she's sitting in Arizona and she didn't even want to eat or drink or anything, they bought her dinner because they noticed she wasn't eating or drinking. Well, shame on them. Shame on them. If she's sitting there not even eating or drinking, what was she, lethargic and, flat affect and sitting there in a corner or what? She needed help. Why didn't they get her help? But even then, beyond that, what about Bella and Cece? If you have someone whose life is absolutely unraveling before everybody's eyes, right? Didn't anybody think about Bella and Cece? Didn't anybody
Obviously
think,
not.
What was Christopher Watts supposed to never go to work again or something?
I think they underestimated her and probably thought that maybe she might hurt herself, but maybe she wouldn't hurt other people or her children. Maybe they didn't think it would go that far.
I think if people honestly didn't think she might be harmful to the children, they would not have been in daycare. I really do. I think that people were well aware that they wanted.
But we're talking about her family though, who's probably in denial.
There's one comment that has always kind of intrigued me that I wondered, and that is her father said that she had really strong legs, that she would use them. I think she had really strong legs.
Yes, he was a kicker, he said.
So how on earth would he have known that? Unless, was she maybe taken by ambulance before?
Probably.
Was she maybe hard to control before?
Think about the whole neck injury thing. What happened then?
Yeah. Yeah. You know what? I hate to say it, Amina, but I agree with this. Amina said they didn't care, that she didn't have true friends. You remember that one video where she said she lost all of her friends, but that's okay because she made new ones online? I don't know if you remember that.
Mm-hmm.
She said something about her health challenges or whatever. Or that whole thing about how there were 80 people invited, but only 31 people, 26 people showed up or whatever. I highly doubt she had an extra 50 friends that weren't invited. And one of her friends who went to the wedding had never met her before. That just still shocks
Yeah,
me.
that's strange.
So, the friends, the true friends, I mean, even, and again, it's disgusting to me that they were interviewing people with the MLM, some who had never even met her before, but they didn't interview Cindy Watts. And Cindy Watts could have told them very clearly about how dangerous she was that day with a nut meltdown. Because I'm sorry, if you're going to charge down the hallway toward your mother-in-law and accuse her of attempted murder, that's a pretty aggressive, dangerous move.
Yeah, that was
Cindy
just
said
all overkill.
she said right out she was afraid of her. She said that on that telephone conversation that I have up on the video. She said she was afraid of her.
Well, I think a lot of people were afraid of her. Nobody seemed to want to challenge her.
And that's the whole point again about Bella and Cece. Like, okay, so she's got whatever issues going on. Why on earth didn't people, it boggles my mind.
Maybe because Shanann was the center of attention all the time. Maybe she had to be the center of attention. So it was always about her as opposed to the kids. She just used the kids as a pawn to make it about her.
Right. But all the people who love those kids, why couldn't, and especially Christopher Watts is number one. I believe he was a battered male, but even a battered male or a battered female, either one, they have to hit a point where they have the guts to stand up and protect their children, right? I mean,
You think, unless she kept him so busy, he had no clue which way was up or down.
but at some point, it's like and all these people who were texting her and basically encouraging her to fight with him and to I don't know, the whole thing was weird. I thought all those text messages. Why didn't one of those people say, "You're being a real bitch to him. You need to stop it," or
Because they weren't real friends.
right, exactly. They didn't dare to say to her, "I'm worried about the girls," or let the girls stay with me for a couple of weeks while you get your shit together because you need help. In that Darlie Routier case, her best friend called me and told me she was begging her for like 2 months straight to get help. And she was offering to take the kids. And her mother-in-law did take the kids for a visit and everything. Darlie had actual real people in her life who were actively trying to get help for her. You know what I mean? I don't see any evidence of that at all in the discovery.
Well, maybe it's partially the system, you know?
Well, and back then it was the whole taboo because people didn't go for help. But nowadays, it's like, did anybody tell her to go get help? I'm sorry, but if you're spotting and cramping and you're pregnant, there's something weird about not going in for that. So, what is her aversion, even, right? I mean, okay, and if she's mentally ill and she's on meds, then she had to have had a doctor to prescribe them, right? So why didn't somebody at least call her doctor and say she's acting weird? Because doctors can't tell stuff, but they can listen, right? You know what I mean? And the whole thing isn't even about her. It's about Bella and Cece. There's 2 kids there. How could anybody think, well, she's having her meltdown, well, she's having her, she said she just can't do it. She can't have 3 kids in Colorado. She said she asked him if he wanted her to get an abortion, all that stuff. Remember that picture where she just looks like she's totally devastated?
Yep.
When that's going on, why can't somebody jump in and say, okay, I'm going to stay with you for a week while you guys figure out what you're doing? Or why can't they say, I'm taking the girls because you're acting weird.
Maybe they were no better.
Well, that could be. Yeah, they might look at it and just go, ah. And maybe they're so drama driven that they don't even notice. Maybe they're just so drama driven that they're happy that someone else has it worse than they do or something.
Right, exactly.
That sounds shallow, but who knows? And I think too, being online and some of them had never met, that they probably really didn't even invest any energy into wondering about it.
Right, exactly. There's probably just another message out into the atmosphere.
So this is true. When she was spotting and cramping and she couldn't go in, she said because she was out of network. That is not true. Brooke is right. That is not true for emergencies. And I would dare say a high-risk pregnancy, she probably could have gone in if she stubbed her toe, because a high risk, you're right, because they're claiming that whole, high-risk pregnancy bullshit. Then she could have
Because
gone.
everything had to be a miracle. I mean, first baby, it was hard. Second baby, it was hard. All these miracle babies, it was just like, I think that was part of her control kind of tactics. You know what I
Her
mean?
fantasy, super chick. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Her fifth baby. Yeah. She's going to name her fifth
I'm
baby.
creating a human. What are you doing today? Type stuff.
Well, she's her fifth baby. She's going to name after her husband's lover. Yeah, sure. Well, yeah, and the whole thing of house superpower, right? She had her store-bought little cups to fill with pudding.
I don't think Nico's is Chris's baby. I don't.
What'd you say?
Somebody said that they don't think Nico, or maybe Nico isn't Chris Watts' kid. I don't think that it's his kid. I think that she slept with two people at that time. I think she purposely slept with Chris around the same time to, make it so that it could have been his. I think he knew that it wasn't his. And I think she did it maybe because of something that was going on with court, and maybe she thought they wouldn't tear apart the family if she was pregnant or something to that effect. But it's strange that I know the Ruseks have their name on the headstones of the kids. And there's something in the report that the baby was named Nico Rusek. So I wonder if that has anything to do with the paternity, that maybe they couldn't put Watts on there because it technically wasn't his kid. Because think about it, if they had the results to that, they would be showing it to everybody.
Well, now that you say that, then they probably will. They'll
probably make something up.
Yeah, they'll have Alice
crappy
Cooper.
Piece of evidence.
Alice Cooper will probably create it and post it tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
The thing about the name, I don't like that when they call Bella and Cece, and I don't mean they as the family, but I mean a lot of the people running around acting like they're virtue signaling. They call Bella and Cece Rusek. I don't like that. Bella and Cece, their last name is Watts. You can't just arbitrarily change people's names after they're dead. That doesn't work that way. And, Bella and Cece, they do have loving grandparents. They do have a loving aunt. And that's their name.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that whole hate campaign against the entire Watts clan is just absurd.
It's very strange stuff. But I'm sure there's a reason for it. And I'm sure that half the stuff that we hear are just baloney excuses. Oh, well, we didn't want to put the Watts last name on there because of what he did to them. They didn't even have proof that he did anything to them. And yes, according to them, he was good to them and their family. So yes, it boggles my mind.
Yes, they did. They had proof because cameras don't lie, Chris.
Yeah, okay. We know that's a lie. We know that's another lie because, oh, wait a minute, they died at the job site a year later. Okay.
They only died at the job site after you, I think you said it the last time. What was it you said? That it was after you saw all those, what was it? Remember how they switched?
There was a bunch of channels that were uploading a lot of videos. Yes. And then all of a sudden the Ruseks would come out with like answers to the videos. Questions.
Right, That's what you were saying last time about how the answers come out. Remember how they only, it's like the answer as you see the, like this thing with, it's happening right now. We're right in the middle of it again.
Yeah, they're doing it to these people who are talking about the Nicole Atkinson's
Exactly. We're in the middle
360
of
act.
it again. Exactly
Mm-hmm.
right. And what they're doing too, the whole idea of that's already been debunked. Yep, that's already been debunked, you know. There are plenty of people in this chat right now who are here for the sole purpose to be very quick to say, "Oh no, 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 that's not how it went," right? And then they're also going to be saying, and you guys should have a heads up to this if you're new to watching this case or learning about the harassment and stuff, because a lot of times what they'll do is they'll kind of come up alongside you and say, "Oh wow, I like your name. What part of, the country are you from?" or whatever, okay? Or they'll agree with you. If somebody in the chat is agreeing with you over and over again, watch out for them, okay?
Mm-hmm. Because they're probably bitching.
Yep. The London girl says, I think her friends were tired of her issues. I agree. I think that she probably had friends for a short time. And
I think
then,
a lot of people dismissed her, like they dismissed her a lot of the times because she was so dramatic. Like there were probably so many things all the time, like up in the air with her that people just probably got sick of it. And they're probably just like, yeah, Shanann. Okay, Shanann, just go to bed, Shanann. Go lay down, Shanann. We'll
well,
wake up tomorrow and deal with this, Shanann.
the video that I did, um, I don't know which one it was, but recently, um, I talked in there about how she lied on the bankruptcy documents because she said that the ring was worth $1,000. The ring wasn't worth $1,000, right? Because didn't they supposedly spend like 10 or 12 grand for it, right? Well, if you're going to lie about the value of your ring on the bankruptcy docs, that's against the law. That's like a serious little law you break. You know what I mean? That's breaking the law. Okay, she goes into the Facebook groups and she's trying to push this product saying it cured her and she's in remission and all that. That's against the rules of the MLM and the rules of the support groups, right?
And it's shitty.
She took whatever, exactly, she took whatever receipts she could and she wrote off everything according to her helper. She wrote off everything. Well, okay, that would mean that she planned on writing off her husband taking his girlfriend to the restaurant. Okay, that's against the law. I mean, I guess laws and rules didn't matter to her. You know what I mean? She did whatever the hell she wanted, I
Yeah,
guess.
she did. She did do whatever she wanted. And I think that like somebody had just said it, where was it? Where they said, ain't I so funny said, I think SW exhausted people. Exactly. I think that she was probably such a pain in the ass that people were just like, just let her, just let her go. Just let her, whatever. You see how her mother is. Her mother's like that, really pushy, pushy, pushy down your throat, pushy, pushy. She was like that with the investigators. And it almost seemed like they were kind of like, all right, just give her what she wants. So she just.
Okay. Ashley says with the ring, someone said it's 10 cents on the dollar. That is not at all why on earth, that's not what we're talking about. And that is what they are saying to try to cover that question. The paperwork clearly asks for the value of that property. It doesn't ask for 1/10 of the value. Okay. The 10 cents on a dollar, that's a whole different issue with other bankruptcy discussions. Okay. That might be if you have $100,000, but you owe 200,000, then each person is going to be getting less and the bankruptcy trustee will decide what to do. And it may even be as bad as 10 cents on the dollar. That 10 cents on a dollar has nothing at all to do with the valuation of the ring, but that is what has been said over and over again. So that is totally debunked. But I want to scroll up here because there was someone, what you were just saying about how she tired people out.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Yeah, that 10 cents on the dollar thing. I'm sorry for interrupting everything, but that's been just, they repeat it over and over again. And it's like that has nothing to do with anything. But people think, and you get someone like Alice Cooper, oh yeah, that's been debunked. Yep, then people are going to believe it, right? Here it is. I think SW exhausted people. There we are. And then London Girl, I put that one up. That's another good point. When she was on her lives, sometimes, looking at her actual Facebook group, sometimes she might only have 4 or 5 people. That's it. So for someone who was supposedly so connected and so successful and so this and so that, seems to me like she would have had more than 4 or 5 people. Especially when she spent 5 days a week, 6 days a week, whatever, doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Poor Dieter, valued at $5.
Yeah, I've seen that. Poor Dieter.
Poor Dieter. I'm surprised that the police didn't give Dieter to the people who owned him.
Yeah,
They
that wasn't
called,
even Shanann's dog.
they called and they asked for him back, and then they didn't give poor Dieter back to them. That is so sad.
And now poor Dieter's doing YouTube money or YouTube videos for change.
Poor thing.
He's being exploited.
Oh, I like this cosmic messenger. We'll leave that one up there. Except that's kind of a spooky looking moon. Is that one of those symbols? I don't know. I'm tired. Sorry. I like your comment, Cosmic Messenger. Oh, Cosmic. Okay, yeah, I guess you can have a funny looking moon. I just didn't know if you were talking in code with that picture. Oh, she went to her local. I have a question for you guys. Do you guys think that Christopher Watt's wife and a lot of the people in the photos that we've seen through this whole case, do you guys think they have a weird hairline or not? Do you think it's weird how high up their foreheads go?
I think that's strange. The MLMers are a strange crew.
I mean, is that genetic or is that environment? 100%. She lost friends from her MLM. The one that moved in or was living with her during her neck surgery left after catering to her oddly during that time. I don't think she lost that one. I think she lost the other one. Or the one with the neck surgery, she didn't lose that friend. She lost the friend that she moved in with. They were both nurses, but the first one is the one that stopped talking to her right around the same time that we were told that the CPS got involved. Ain't so funny's laughing at you, honey badger.
Has anybody heard of when Jamie caught Shanann with an underwater camera taking pictures of her son in the pool?
I've heard that. Oh my gosh.
What's that all about?
I've
Nude
never talked
photos
about
or something?
Yeah, I've never talked about it, but I have heard it. I've never said it because it's just too weird,
Yeah, that's been popular on Reddit lately.
I've never seen it there. I heard it from someone.
The Shiners are over there doing damage control, hardcore.
Well, they're trying to, but you know what? I think it's too late. I really do. I think that the people who have been talking in private for over 2 years, I think the people who are talking in private are tired of having to talk in private. I think they're starting to talk.
Well, good, and they should. People need to speak up.
I just hope that social workers and stuff and daycare center workers and, I hope that airport people and, there are a lot of people who can speak up. That's for sure. And I've been doxxed so many times, it's easy for you to call me. If you have information, feel free.
Yeah, right.
I'm easy to find. Oh, that Davy boy guy, he put in a chat today, it was that True Tams chat, and she played a song, and he says, "That's about your hometown, Brenda." And I said, "How do you know my hometown?" or something like that.
What's the point of even pointing that out? If you're not being a douchebag.
Stupid ass thing to say, exactly. And then he said my hometown was Detroit, which it isn't. And I just thought, okay, how weird is this? This guy's in Australia, he's claiming? If he's in Australia, what the hell does he even have a clue what country I'm even in,
Most of the
right?
Americans aren't dumb enough to even push this bullshit. They have to get people from overseas to do this because they have no clue about anything in this country.
But it really bugged me. And he was friendly today, at least. That was nice. But then he pulled that crap in the live chat that I just thought, really? You know what? Way to play your little short man thing. You know, that was another little short man
Two-faced.
moment. I mean, it pisses me off. And the thing is, okay, now that I'm saying this to you, now all of a sudden, you know, they'll make 3 or 4 videos about it and pull whatever shit. I hope they don't. I hope they just let it go. Because you know what? They're not the only ones with the license to get pissed. That's the thing, you know, like the last time with that bullshit. It's like, yeah, Miss Mensa can get pissed too, you know? And quite frankly, maybe it's a little bit of fatigue after over 2 years. This guy thinks that he's something special. He's exactly like, I could list 3 other ones who did exactly what he's doing. The same people who are telling him that he should do live chats were telling the same idiots back in 2018, 2019, 2020. You know, it's not like he's the first guy involved with this. And when they do their, you know, collaboration videos and stuff, like we saw this happening in 2018. It's not like it, you know, the scripts that they're reading, the information about the case they're reading, the people who are telling them, oh, they should do this or they should do that, or oh, they can get a new microphone, you know, or whatever. This has been going on for over 2 years. We've been seeing it happen. So when I see it happening, I just go, oh, brother, are you
Somebody
kidding?
says in the chat that she was kind of normal when she worked at Children's Hospital. Can that person elaborate on that? And how long she worked at the Children's Hospital for?
I'm looking for it. Where is it? Oh, someone said I'm an Aussie. Be nice to Aussies.
I have nothing against the Aussies. But this is an American case, and there's a lot of people who don't know much about the laws here that are making a lot of stink and causing a lot of trouble, and they don't even know, they don't even know what's going on.
Well, and I really love it that there are people from the UK and Australia and wherever else who are saying, oh, we need a new law. Excuse me?
Yeah, we don't need any more new laws. No, thank
Yeah.
you.
You know, if you're in the UK, I think you should probably encourage law enforcement to actually answer the call when a woman calls the police for help with a domestic violence call, because 1 in 11 women get ignored by your law enforcement. So before you worry about our speech laws, you should probably worry about your women and children.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the thought that we want advice from Australia on any of our laws, or the thought that we want advice from the UK on any of our laws, are you kidding me? I'm still looking for it. Where's the coworker or the thing about the hospital, not coworker?
Her name's Nikki, MYOB.
There it is. Was kind of normal. Okay, there it is. Shannon was kind of normal at Children's Hospital when she worked there. Nikki, did you? Oh, wait a minute. You're the one that knows about Theo. So when you said that you worked at the Children's Hospital, did you mean the one in Colorado? Because Nikki's a nurse, Honey Badger.
Okay.
She was answering questions about the theophylline earlier and prednisone and stuff. And she said she works at the Children's Hospital, so she might have worked with her. All right, Nikki, you want to come up on the panel, or do you want us to just ask you questions like this? It's probably Allison in disguise. I'm just kidding. Which is another thing. They don't like it when I have a sense of humor either. Anytime I say something like, halfway funny, they run with it. Like I'm saying it for sure, Can you see the next comment?
No, where are you at?
I'll put it up. Hold on. I love this.
Allison's here.
That's cute. Well, I've been curious about the whole children's hospital thing because we hear that she was, a nurse. We hear she was a retired nurse. We hear that she went to nursing school. We hear all this crap, right? And then we hear that she worked in the pediatric call center. And at first we were told that she was giving medical advice to parents of sick children. Like, yeah, sure. And then we're told she took messages for parents of sick children to get a hold of their pediatrician. And then we're told the latest thing that we're told is that she was a human resources specialist.
Yeah.
I'm sure she would make a great human resources specialist. No way. No way.
Said she answered phones.
Okay, she answered the phone. And then was it like parents calling for sick children saying, what do I do? Like, I don't know, they ate the bottle of vitamins or something. What kind of call was she taking? I mean, or was she answering the phone for what department or whatever? Because now people are saying she was a human resources specialist. Did you ever see that one where she says that she's a caregiver and then she spends all day as a caregiver? I think it was a post that she did on her Facebook that she takes care of the kids when she's not working at the hospital as a caregiver. And that's the one where she said she did more than 90% of the other women out there.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
I always say 90% of what? Good night, Angela. Okay, I'm scrolling. Her real name is Shannon. Well, I think it's spelled without the apostrophe on her birth certificate, but it's pronounced Shannon, but it's spelled according to a news thing that she did some artwork in. I don't know if that's true or not, but there was a video about it that her name, like when she was in the third grade, was Shann, but without an apostrophe, and it was pronounced Shannon. Her advice would have been lock the kid in the room and give him lots and lots of time. She would have said, well, if they eat their poop, give them a glass of milk.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
I think that whole name change thing had to do with probably some kind of weird fraud, something going on, or maybe doctor shopping or whatever. I know they tried saying that it was a business strategy that she was trying to make her name sound more whatever interesting. And that's probably like the dumbest thing I've ever heard. But it's
I thought
funny
it
that
was more
like
of a
her sprit
personality
bottles
thing.
had different names and her social media accounts had different names.
Right. I thought it
Her
was more of a like a not passive aggressive manic. I thought manic was Shanann with the apostrophe, and I thought depressive was Shannon.
Or maybe because the way her name was spelt, maybe people pronounced it the way they saw it, like Shan Ann, and maybe they kind of said it wrong a lot of the times, which pissed her off, and she probably just,
Went
Mom,
with it,
why
yeah.
did you name the spelling?
Okay, where did she go? I'll scroll down more. I don't see Nikki anymore. Because I'm wondering exactly what would be a typical phone call. Okay, Nikki said honey bear correct, but I'm not sure correct about what. Nikki, what would her typical phone call be? Like what department was she in?
It says she answered calls and sent them to the ward.
So she was like a switchboard operator? Or a receptionist? That's a far cry from being a caregiver, sorry. Yes, too, she was a receptionist? I have another question too, Nikki. Did she ever actually work from home for the hospital? Or is that when she got fired and she didn't want people to know? Oh, do you see that, Honey Badger?
What's that?
I asked if she actually worked from home and Nikki said no.
Yeah, I didn't think so either.
So that would have been the time frame where she lost her job, but she wouldn't have wanted to tell people. You know what I mean? Where she's like, "Oh, I'm working from home."
Was it maybe like a volunteer thing or maybe like community service or something?
I love having you up on piano.
Like, how did she even,
or maybe
like, how did you get that
community
gig?
That's good. You think of things I would never think of. That was funny. She was being fired. Okay. Well, I don't want to put you on the spot because the attackers are scummy. So be careful, protect yourself. As far as like, don't say more than you feel comfortable saying. But was she being fired because of anything as far as any CPS case with Bella?
I heard she was like swiping stuff from there, but I don't know if
Oh,
that's
you're
true.
kidding me. Really?
I can't verify that.
Miss Mensa, please ask Nikki of her opinion of CW and SW. What opinion, Ruth Ann? Be more specific. So if she was being fired, because people keep telling me that there was an open CPS case before CC. Actually, one person said before Bella. So I don't know. I don't know. But because if she is actually working, even answering the phones, right? They're not going to keep somebody employed if there's any kind of issue, right?
Do you think it's possible maybe if she had a CPS case prior to the kids, maybe she didn't, something didn't happen with one of the kids she was caring for? Because wasn't she caring for one of her friend's kids?
No, because that was the one who she was living with. That they were friends until
Yeah, but what happened to that? Didn't that not end well? Did
they were
anybody ever find out how that ended?
December of 2016 is when we're told that she medically abused both girls at the hospital, and that nurse worked at that hospital. And January 2017, just 1 month later, is when that nurse dropped off all of her Facebook. And Cindy Watts said that she never said her name again. Cindy said she used to talk about her all the time, like daily. She would talk about her. That's the one who I think she was kind of trying to copy. And all of a sudden, she stopped talking about her, never mentioned her again. Did Nikki say something more? It says a case was starting. Okay. Okay, there it is. A case was starting. So if that's the case, then that would have been that's what people are telling me. That's what people have been calling and telling me. Opaline says, "How are you a coworker and don't know her right name?" Opaline, I'm not sure anybody knows her right name. It's 2.5 years later, and if you want, you can call her Veronica. I think I might start calling her Veronica. I mean, I'm sorry, that's just kind of hilarious. How are you a coworker and you don't know? Does anybody know her name? Or does it matter which day of the week it is? What name? Okay, yeah, she lost her job. She would have loved working there and selling. Yeah, perfect opportunity. She would have gotten fired for that. They would have been like, don't bring up the MLM. Opaline says, don't believe everyone, MM. And Nikki says, I know her real name. It's Shannon.
I do believe that. I think I did see somewhere that Shannon with the ON was like on older documents that I had come across from Shannon King.
Well, if that's the case, then they're lying about the whole article thing that they had, because they put up a video saying that her name was spelled that way, but it was pronounced.
Maybe they just ran with that one thing because they kind of used that other woman's stuff. Remember Shine Like Shanann?
I think that was Shine Like Shannon.
But was it with an N N at the end? Because there's different spellings.
No,
So
it was
maybe
it
they
was
just
regular
wanted to
Shannon.
use.
It was
Oh, it
regular
was?
Shannon. Yep.
Yeah, embezzlement name change. I believe that. Yeah, she was running from something, definitely.
Right, Nikki. Her mother also called her Shannon. You guys, I don't know if you guys remember it all, but when I saw that video and I'm like, I think they're calling her Shannon, the haters went wild. They're like, Miss Mensa's lying. Her name is Shanann. And then it turns out her name's Shannon.
Yeah, they didn't even know. I remember that.
Yeah. Yeah, I figure what her mom and dad named her is good enough for me. You know, I mean, if that's what her birth name is, I guess, you know, we could start calling Christopher Watts Christopher.
Yeah, I seen that. That I was just like, oh my God, you gotta be kidding me. Like she must not have had anything better to do if she was coming up with that shit. Excuse my language.
Well, she must have been so bored. Oh my
Oh
gosh, can
yeah.
you imagine?
Well, yeah, being a stay at home with her kids in daycare all day. You know, you only got so much time to put on makeup and stuff.
Oh my goodness. Her mother calls her Shannon on Dr. Phil. Yeah, her mother calls her Shannon, and I figure if I'm going to call her, it's either Shannon or Veronica. So far, I haven't, you know, I go with Christopher Watt's wife. That's pretty good. Here's a really good question. Would there not be records? I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh. That's just so cute. With this case, are you kidding me? Like I'm sure adoption records are not public for one thing. And I'm sure if there was any trace of anything that they would have made sure that was, and rightly so. You know, if there were two children adopted out, those children deserve to be absolutely insulated from any of this mess. You know what I'm saying? That, like, it's just like NK. She doesn't deserve the crap that's going on. Nobody
I agree.
deserves it.
I feel bad for her. And then these people should feel ashamed of themselves for what they're doing.
Absolutely ashamed of themselves. And for the way they're treating Cindy Watts, too. It's disgusting, all of it. The hospital job was a call center at a children's hospital. Right. That's what Nikki said, that it was at the children's hospital and that she basically answered the phone.
How long did she work there for?
Yeah, Nikki, that's a good question. How long did she work there that you know of? Lilu says, OMG, shill. What's a shill? Is that like a fake? What does shill mean? Do you know, Honey Badger?
Yeah, kind of like a fake, like somebody who would be giving out fake propaganda, fake
Well,
information.
I don't know though, because Nikki's answers aren't like aggressive or anything. Oh, I'm starting to yawn. Oh. What do you think about this whole thing with the phone? Do you think that the way they're doing all their weird live chats and stuff with all their did you I wanted to ask you, did you see that one? She's really nice. She acts like really tired when she's super nice, like a nice person. She would have a really good channel if she didn't have other people handling her. She's pretty. I think she was a nurse and she had like a car accident or something. Do you know who I mean? She's super
Yep.
friendly. She
What's her
runs
name?
I think it's Mia. I think
Oh
it's
yeah,
Mia.
I know about Mia.
She's really nice. Did you see the other day she had like I don't know if you know this about her or not, but she's always got people telling her what to do, and then she pretty much spits out what they tell her, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a Dave guy who's always pretty much her handler, I think. And there are a couple of other ones too. There are like 3 different names in there who are pretty much handling her. But did you see it the other day? You could hear the person.
Yeah, I did. I actually watched it after Jay is for Justice. I watched that. I went and Mia was on there for like ever. And you can hear, I did hear that. I heard a man's voice like on her phone in the background, and she was
Yes.
repeating what was being said. And and it had to do with Nicole and the person in the kitchen.
Okay, yeah, I remember at the time just I didn't pay attention to that. I was paying attention because I've told her before. I've said you do a good job. People like you. You shouldn't let all these idiots tell you what to say, you know? But when I
She's getting paid though, I think. I think she's getting paid.
yeah, that's true. That's true.
Like
So
they
it's
have these chats with the super chat stuff and everything. That's just an easy way for them to wire money discreetly to these channel owners. That's how they make their money off the videos. Nobody's donating Zav Girl $50 for a live stream to sit there for 5 hours and hear absolutely nothing of value whatsoever. She's getting paid.
That's why I forgot to say it this time. That's why I say this is YouTube. It's free. Do not, I always say thank you, but don't do it. It's YouTube. It's free. Like who
Mm-hmm.
would pay $50? Seriously, for what? For what? For someone to sit there and go, oh, I don't know, guys. What do you think?
Yeah.
Oh, this is priceless. Nikki says the KK's charging $20 for questions to ask Chris.
Oh my God. That doesn't surprise me.
That's funny.
Here's a good question. Why didn't they give Chris his phone back? Why didn't they give that to his parents?
I think it's still evidence. Probably. I think it is because he's a prisoner, so his possessions are basically like checked in. Okay. That like I'm talking like wallet, sunglasses, hat, clothes, whatever. Those things can be turned over to the parents. It's like if you have a relative who's going in for surgery and you're taking them there, then you'll stand there and like take their jacket and their shoes and stuff. You know what I mean? So
Mm-hmm.
that stuff can be, but that phone is actual evidence. Um, the part that I don't understand is when you get a phone like that into evidence, then what you do is you have the test run and you get the data off of it. And there comes a point where you're done with it. Like you can only get so much data off of it, right?
Well, they wouldn't actually they wouldn't even really need the phone if they were able to get access to the cloud, like his cloud. They would be able
Right.
to, they would probably be able to get a readout of everything that happened that day.
Right, but I mean, they would be able to, like, if there's any photos or anything like that, they would be able to get anything and everything off of that phone. There's a start and a finish. It's not like new information is going to be coming in, right? So,
Mm-hmm.
so it seems to me like that is something that they could release, but it also is something that they can just call it evidence and refuse to release it. Like, I don't know. I don't understand why Ronnie's asking YouTube that question. I would think that question should be asked of the actual investigators, to have it released. And and the thing is, if they want his phone, all they have to do is have their lawyer, get a lawyer. I mean, they didn't hesitate to get a lawyer for that whole insurance thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they obviously know how to find a lawyer. If they want the phone and if they want to fight about it, or if they want the results of the DNA, or if they want whatever, you know, then no, Ashley, don't do it. Don't do it. I'm not kidding when I say don't do it. Thank you, but don't do it. Um, they could easily have a lawyer filing, you know, on their behalf to have their son's property returned if they feel that's what they want to do. You know, complaining about it 2.5 years later is kind of weird. You know what I
Well,
mean?
I think that they talked about that probably a while back, and we're just hearing it now.
Well, that's true. Yeah, because that KK probably has it on an old tape. You mean?
Yeah, she's just using old stuff that she had when she was talking to them, but I don't think she's involved with them anymore.
Well, this latest round with I don't know. I don't know what I think about them. I
Well,
wish
research is research, and I'll give it to them that the woman who looked into that, she was spot on. I mean, I went back and looked at it, and she was right. I mean, they might be trying to look at evidence to suit whatever narrative they believed happened. I don't agree with everything that they say, but research is research, and you can't dispute the facts. The facts are there, and it's just about whether or not people want to acknowledge them and accept them. But I thought it was a good one.
yeah.
I thought it was a good one. If she spent the night there, then that changes the whole game because she's technically a suspect.
Well, nothing more than a YouTube suspect. You know what I mean?
Right. But I mean, in conversation, yeah, they
Right.
should all
Right.
be ruled out. You know what I mean? All of them. I mean, if it's
That,
okay for everybody to talk about Nicole Kessinger, if we can, speculate about her, then they shouldn't have any problem about anybody speculating with everybody that was involved there that day. That's how it works.
well, I do think it's interesting how much they go on and on and on about NK. I think it's absolutely ridiculous. I absolutely have never bought into that crap.
And there's no evidence there. Like, it's a dead end that expired 2 years ago. Like, there's nothing there to even dig into. But boy, have they spun it, huh?
Well, and they keep on keeping on too. It's like one thing after another. It's like even the comments that people try to post on the channel. I read the comment and I think, okay, this was from April of 2019, or this was from about October or July or whatever of 2019. They're just like refurbishing. They're just they ran out of stuff to say. Nikki, would you like to come up on the panel and tell us what you were saying? Yeah, really. How can a person in prison for life have Zoom calls, iPads, and meet groupies? That's a good question. Yeah, I saw a thing where KK's saying that she got an email from him at 1:30 in the morning.
Oh, God.
Like, yeah, okay. Sure you did. I don't know though. That is so interesting about the phone. If it's hooked up to where Shanann's phone number is listed as Nicole's work, that just supports everything that I've said. Everything. Because I'm sorry, she didn't know how old her friend was, and that was a huge warning flag. Because if that's your best friend, if you're so worried about your best friend that you're supposedly trying to violate HIPAA, get the doctor's office to violate HIPAA, and you're calling the police, then and even suggesting to the police that if she's dead, then he strangled her, or however she said it. If you're that dramatic about your friend, you're going to know how old she is.
Right. And you're not going to have a problem coming in answering questions. And you would go to court when you'd want to watch Chris go to jail if he did what he did. She didn't
Oh,
even show up.
she didn't even go to court?
No.
I never thought about that. You're right. Because all eyes were on Ronnie and Cindy, and and the cameras don't lie.
but she was interviewing gas station attendants and shit like that before the police even did. And she was calling the media outlets. She was tipping off all the media.
Well,
She was
didn't
the
she
one
do
who
the
set up the
hair?
interview in the driveway.
Didn't she do the hair of that one liar?
Yep. Mm-hmm. The head injury chick, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And she had ties to Trent Bolt.
Well, and he was another one that, they just uploaded a video with him, the Ashley, what's her name? They just uploaded that video like 2 days ago.
Yeah,
They
they're
just,
probably gonna sell some shine like Shanann candles or some crap. They probably have some angle they're working to make some money. For
I
all the
couldn't
people who
believe
don't
it.
know that he's a complete scam.
Well, I couldn't believe that they're trying to. It's like I started to say, they're like regenerating all the same old stuff that they used before. It's like maybe they think that with the Netflix thing that they have a whole new group of people to try to buffalo.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here's someone who wants to ask a really dumb question. Okay, I'll ask a really, really dumb question. I stumbled in here. Yeah, sure, you did. You know what? When you start off like that, we know you're not telling the truth. I stumbled in here and I haven't deep dived the Chris Watts case like I have Missy Beavers. Isn't the Watts case over and done with? What's happening? Yeah, you stumbled in here. Sure, you did, Gumshoe. We believe you. Yeah. Bye-bye. I think I get like zero tolerance at some point. Like after I yawn like 3 times, then I have zero tolerance. Because when they say I stumbled in here, it's a total lie. It's a total lie. How do you stumble into this live chat, right?
A good
Bull.
question.
Bull. No lupus. That's what we think. Yeah. That's what we're saying with the other live chat was with Allison who was in those Facebook groups.
Somebody asked what was the connection with Trent and NA. They something having to do with some nursing program. That's how they were connected.
Like a nurse's aid program?
Something like that. Yeah, they were connected. I don't know if it was through schooling or some kind of program or possibly like a group that was affiliated with Lavelle, but they did have ties. She was tied to everything. I mean, everything points back to Sandy and Nicole. I hate to say that, but there's more things that point to them being involved and interfering with things. And then all these anonymous people calling in and making claims and feeding the police information. I mean, there's a lot of it.
And yet for 2.5 years, they've kept it going over and over again that NK had something to do with it. What a joke. What a joke.
Then it's
Okay,
just a distraction.
Here's a question for you, Honey Badger. Why do you think Sandy said to Chris not to do TV appeal? Shanann and the girls were only missing.
Oh, that's a good question because Nicole was the one who set it up. So she would have known that Nicole was setting it up. So it was probably like one of those manipulation tactics, like, oh, no, Chris, don't do it. And he was probably like, I ain't got nothing to hide. I can handle it.
Well, I'm not sure if I've got this straight, but I think Sandy told him not to do it, but then Nicole set it up and the reporter came walking up to him.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, with his personality, he's not going to say, get off my property. Barry Morphew, he's not.
And Sandy's full of shit. And she's not consistent and her lies are horrible. So who knows what was going through that woman's head at the time.
Well, you know what I mean? Barry Morphew would say, get off my property and I don't care what you think and whatever. Christopher Watts' personality, if Sandy or Nicole told him to do anything, he would do it. Or Frank, right?
Oh, yeah. Just like Frank getting up in front of that house.
But boy, oh boy, Cindy Watts is the one who's controlling. Uh-huh. Okay. Well, she hides quietly, grieving the loss of her family and getting called every name in the book. Yeah, she's the controlling one, all right. Okay, Opaline, or however you pronounce your name, it's looking like you have this thing against Nikki, okay? And Nikki, I'd like you to come up on panel. Opaline, you can come up too. Because I'm not sure, but I think Opaline's point is that Nikki should get up on panel. Because I think Opaline is thinking that Nikki is feeding us full of bull.
Come on up, lady.
Yeah, why don't you guys both come up?
Post a link.
Okay. Duh. Thank you. That's a good idea. Oh, wait, it won't do it. So I'll have to recopy it. Hold on. Copy. Paste. Enter. There it is. Okay, I posted the link. Come on up, you guys. Other people should come up too. I know people have said they don't like the sound of their voice or stuff like that. It's like, really? Come on. Like, your voice always, you know, I don't know. People are our own worst critics, right?
So what do people think about Nicole Atkinson having her son on YouTube now? You think that there's a reason behind that? Like that supposedly she has cancer or she's recovering from cancer. You would think like the stress of, because she claims she's being attacked and harassed. So I don't know
What?
why you would put yourself out there.
I didn't know she was claiming to be harassed.
Yeah, that's why she wanted to have a voice, wasn't it?
Oh, I didn't know anyone was harassed. I highly doubt anyone's harassing her. Okay,
But
let's
I think
see.
it's strange that ever since her son has gotten brought up in the conversation over the past 6 months, all of a sudden he's in the picture now.
I saw a video that she was being harassed shortly after the tragedy happened. And I thought, baloney. Who would do that? Nobody would do that.
No, they wouldn't. But no, I didn't think people would attack the Ruseks either, but they make all kinds of fun claims, don't they?
Nikki,
Hello?
can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello.
We can't hear you very well.
What do I do? I've never.
Just make sure, like, do you have a microphone at all, or do you just talk to your computer?
I just talk through my computer.
I do too. Okay, we heard that really good. So just make sure that you keep like your voice heading toward wherever. I don't even know where the microphone is on my computer, but as long as I'm like heading right toward the screen, then my voice is okay. So tell us, you're a nurse, right?
Yes.
So tell us about that theophylline thing, or the theo sprinkles, or whether it was the prednisone thing, if you don't mind, like 30 seconds on that.
You were totally correct that medication does do that. Prednisone doesn't really do that too often unless it's too much of a high dose for a young child.
Yep.
But
it's more prevalent with theophylline?
Yes.
Okay. And now, what do you think about her job? Do you think that she would have lost it?
I do. You cannot work in a medical field when you have issues like that with any kind of a child issue, but she also didn't work with the children. I don't know why people think that she was some kind of nurse. She wanted to become a nurse, but then she was studying to be a nurse and he was going to go for EMT, but supposedly her lupus was too stressful and she couldn't get the studying done to become a nurse.
Did you know that's a lie?
Yes.
Okay. Because I dug in and looked for the nursing program that she claimed she was accepted into, and it didn't exist.
No.
I think she was probably in remedial reading and writing or something, 101 at the community college.
Yes. There was no college. She thought being a nurse would be the thing, but you have to go to school to be a nurse. I mean, CNA, you can take 5-week classes. You could do it online. But
Right. I think she took a CNA class that was like 2 weeks or 4 weeks or something.
But
I
that's
think,
grunt work, they call it. No one's really, I mean,
right.
I'm not getting, don't get me wrong, CNAs
Oh,
are,
they work hard. They work hard. But the thing is, she didn't take the course, I don't think, to ever be a CNA. I think she took the course so she could wear scrubs to the gas station.
yeah, I mean, your nurses are pretty hot going to the gas station. No kidding. Or sexy little beasts, but,
Did
it's
you ever speak with her directly?
quite a few times.
Did you find her to be friendly or not?
She has that ego to her, it's kind of that personality that, like, when you talk to her, it has to go in her direction or it's no direction. It's kind of like a one-way street. Like, if you had a problem, she was not a person to go to. Like, if your life sucked and you needed that friend to talk to, that was,
Right.
you would get the, well, Thrive can help, or you just have to thrive. And that was the kind
Oh,
of
she was
person.
pushing it? Will she work there?
She always pushed it.
Do you know
Yeah.
when she worked there? When she actually worked there?
I'm not 100% totally sure. I know 2017 she was there. No, she was not there 2017. She was there way before that. It's pretty close when they moved to Colorado. And they were only there for what, 5 years, 6 years?
But do you know when she was no longer there anymore?
I can't tell you the exact date. I don't totally remember that. She wasn't there. She only worked there probably like a year and maybe a half. It didn't last long.
And then when she wasn't there oh, the other thing is, was it a regular permanent job, or was it like a on call, or was it like how did it work?
She would just come in at a certain time, answer the phones. You know how, like, you call like a main number and you say, you need to talk to ward, whatever.
Hmm.
She's not able to give medical opinions, but she also didn't have a medical background. So even if she gave you a medical opinion, you actually could have killed somebody.
So people who would be the people calling in?
Uh, Patients, friends, some doctors.
Oh, okay. People calling in to like, can you transfer me to room whatever?
Yes, or can I please speak to, ward 4 to the doctor John Doe or something.
So her job was to answer the phone and to transfer the call.
Yes, she was not able to give any medical advice, any of that stuff.
Okay. Did rumor go around the hospital about any kind of um an incident
Not that
where the girls were both in the hospital?
there was talk, but I don't really know what the talk was. I know the kids were there quite a bit. Um, People would, think it was kind of strange, like, why would your kids come to the hospital quite often? But I didn't really get into those conversations. I really didn't care.
Yeah. Do you know
Unless
if she was full-time or part-time?
she was full time.
Because other people are saying that she was on call.
You can't be on call if you have no medical background. What would you be on call for?
It was like where she wasn't hired yet, but it was like a temporary thing where she was able to be called in and sign up for like filling in for other people. And that when an opening came open, then they would hire from that group of people.
Maybe for her first 30 days, that's possible.
Oh, okay. Oh, another question. Do you know if she worked 12-hour shifts?
No.
Because she posted that quite a bit, that she worked 12-hour shifts at the hospital.
Why would a hospital pay a switchboard person to work 12 hours?
I know. There you go with common sense and logic.
I think she just wanted people to think she was this big badass, I can't see a switch operator working 12 hours. They do nothing. It's not like they can, help with patients. I mean, especially with COVID, what could she really do for you people? You know, you're a switch operator. That's all you are. I mean, you couldn't go on the floor. You couldn't help people. You couldn't change piss bags. You couldn't change anything. You couldn't help. You're just a, hi, welcome to Children's Hospital. How can I help you? Where can I transfer you? You know, I mean, I don't
Do,
know. I don't
do you know?
that,
Do you know if she ever worked in human resources?
I don't know. That part I wouldn't.
Because people are saying that now too. It's like, wow, she went from being a retired nurse to now she's a human resources specialist. It's like,
But I think
wow.
you have a cool background for that. I mean, human resources isn't just having a friendly conversation. I think you'd have to have some kind of a background, some
Oh,
kind of.
right, right.
She doesn't have schooling. She might have high school, but she didn't have any college um, backgrounds. And just studying on Google is not going to get you to be anything. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Do you think she had any of the physical illnesses that she talked about?
No, I do not.
And working full time like that, do you know if she missed a lot of work?
Well, once in a while, I believe. I mean, she didn't call out as much. She complained about it, you know, it takes time away from her family. It did this. But that's what you do when you're an adult. You have to make
Yeah,
time.
really?
You can't all sit home on your asses eating Twinkies and ding dongs the rest of your life and pretending, you know, sitting home brings in a paycheck, you know?
Well, do you think she might have been on disability?
No. You'd have to really prove it. And being a person that jumps doctor to doctor to doctor, that does not give you proof that you're disabled in any way, shape, or form.
Oh, not physical. I mean, bipolar.
Bipolar being would be a very good thing. I mean, the mood swings. But again, I mean, when you talk about Thrive, you have no bipolar. So I'm not really sure if she'd totally fall on that kind of a spectrum. I think she picked and chose when she was going to be moody or not moody.
Well, using it as an excuse, maybe.
That's possible. I mean, she was good at Google doctoring, one of her friends said. You know, somebody has symptoms, you go Google it, and oh my God, now I have it. I mean, I did hear quite a few people in her clique say that a couple times that, you know, Google doctor over here. But from what I know from the lupus story is she was in a group because she was researching lupus and she took on somebody else's story that she got close with. That's how she came up with the lupus story.
Wow. Well, plus her idol was Lady Gaga, and Lady Gaga has the markers or something. She was during Lupus Awareness Month. She was appearing on television, and that's when she claimed she was diagnosed. Was the same week that Lady Gaga was talking about it.
I wouldn't be surprised if she was following somebody else. I mean, like I said, from what I understand, the lupus story came from a girl she got close with. It was another person's story. But people with lupus don't sit in the sun all day like she did.
Right. Well, and people with lupus actually, it's a serious illness. It's a serious disease. And she claimed she was diagnosed in May of 2010. That would have meant that at the time of her death, she would have had lupus for at least 8 years. And
Something
it
like that.
normally takes a long time to get diagnosed with lupus. So, just averaging out a guess, it would have meant she was suffering from lupus for probably 12 to 15 years,
Yeah,
right?
he made that big article about how Thrive cured lupus. I mean, she had a big magazine. It was her, Chris, and the baby in a picture, and it was a whole article about how when she got on Thrive, she was able to stop all her doctor medications for her lupus. That Thrive really cured it.
Yeah,
Thrive
which
was,
is like against the law to claim.
yeah, she got in trouble for it, but again,
Good.
it's fake. You can't tell people that this stuff can cure lupus or whatever. I mean, there's no cure for lupus. I mean, if that was the case, every doctor would be jumping on the Thrive board.
What kind of trouble did she get in for it?
I don't know exactly. I just know she got in trouble with the company for making a false statement.
Yeah, because they don't want people saying that, because that goes on them. That goes bad on them.
Well,
I mean, it's against the law to do it.
I don't think Thrive is the greatest company in the first place. I think they
Well,
made
it's an MLM. I think all the MLMs, I think the same about all of them.
it was just a way of, I don't know. I didn't take Thrive. I mean, the rest of the crowd did, but I was not a Thriver.
Did people sign up under her?
There was some. She was her main supplier.
Wow.
She liked to make fake names for fake orders.
What?
She'd make fake accounts to make fake orders to make it look like she was selling.
Whoa, wait a minute. She would create fake buyers and then have like a different credit card for that person?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness. That would explain all the product in the basement.
Mm-hmm.
She was her prime seller. People have to understand she also didn't make money off that stuff. I mean, y'all say that she made like 60K. She didn't make shit.
There's no way she made, I don't think she ever made 1 penny.
No, she didn't. Because you have to think all the money she had to put into buying those products to give out every idiot out there a free sample. I mean, where did that come from? Because the company Thrive is not giving you free product to give out to 100 people.
Right.
It's impossible. They'd go broke in 2.2 seconds. They're out to make money. They're not out to.
Right. And their best customer are the people who sign up to promote it.
So
that's who their customer is.
And then she did it under Chris. Like, everyone's like, well, why did Chris get rid of his Facebook? Well, if you're friends with Shannon, you would kind of understand why you'd want to get rid of your Facebook. Being 24/7 is very, very annoying.
Did you ever see her popping pills at work?
No.
Did you ever have any medication issues missing?
No, not that I would know of. She didn't work on my ward, so.
Oh, okay.
She worked.
Interesting. I'm glad that you hopped up here on the panel. This is interesting. It's so much easier to talk and to have you talk instead of trying to ask questions and
people don't. I have a family myself, you know what I'm saying? So I really have to be careful because you've been hearing how people got attacked. There are people out there that are totally against us speaking.
That are totally against what?
Us, speaking to people.
Right. Yeah, they've been attacking for over 2.5 years.
Yeah, and they get very nasty. I mean, ask Anna. Well, don't ask Anna. Please just leave Anna alone. But
who's Anna?
That was somebody that was visiting Chris for a while.
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't think there's a person out there who's been attacked more than me, quite frankly. I don't think there has been. What do you think, Honey Badger? You've been watching the crap going on.
Other than Cindy, I think you've pretty much been the one to get it worse.
I think I've gotten it worse than Cindy because, while Cindy's going to get her hair done and going to the dentist and whatever else, I won't say what I'm doing, but I'm filling out different paperwork.
You're mentally more stronger than Cindy. I think you can handle it. You know what I mean?
Oh man, sometimes I just look at it and just think, oh, you little bastard. Once in a while, it actually gives me just kind of the energy to just say, okay, you know what? What they don't realize is I can do a 5-minute video in 5 minutes. Like they do this thing, oh, you're obsessed with, whatever. Just because it takes them 20 hours and 20 people to do a 5-minute video doesn't mean it takes the rest of the world that much energy to do a 5-minute video. So, at the points that they do, get my attention, I usually just whip out a few videos and say whatever.
People that,
and I think that confuses them because they expect to be able to say their bullshit lies about me, and then I'm gonna just go, oh, I better not make another video. And instead they say their bullshit lies about me, and I go, yeah, I feel like making a video. So I think they're scratching their heads going, shit,
I really
You
think
know,
leave the Watts alone. Just leave them alone. Let them grieve. Let
what'd
them.
you say?
I really do think people should leave the Watts alone.
Yeah, they are so, I think, cruel with the stuff that they're saying about them. Like cruel.
They are. It's
It's just disgusting.
you know. I tell people to put yourself in their shoes. Pretend it's your child that did this. How would you want the public to react to you? You know, it's easy for us to say, well, yeah, they're monsters. They created a monster. They should have killed the monster. But that's not really the truth.
Well, the thing is, if somebody's going to call Ronnie and Cindy Watts monsters who created a monster, then they cannot at the same time, it is mutually exclusive, or yeah, mutually exclusive to be able to say, ah, we care so much about Shanann, because it's BS, the stuff they're saying about the Watts. And if they're saying the stuff they're saying, they cannot at the same time out of the other side of their face be saying, oh, I'll pray for you, stuff like that.
Just put yourself in their shoes. How would you feel? You know what
Well,
happened? Son or
it isn't
daughter.
even just it isn't even how they feel or their opinion. They're following a hate campaign. And if somebody can follow a hate and harassment campaign, then they're disgusting pieces of shit.
No, I agree.
If they wanted to actually discuss their opinion about something, that's a whole different thing, but they're not. They're not. They're saying, oh, Cindy's a narcissist, right? You're jealous of Shanann.
There's nothing to be really jealous of. I wish people would see that Shanann wasn't that great of a person. Like everyone's putting her on this beautiful pedestal like she was like perfect. She wasn't perfect.
Well, and I think that the people who are putting her on the pedestal didn't even know her.
Exactly.
So what are they really putting on a pedestal? Some sort of, who knows?
I think
They're just,
idolize somebody you don't know. You know, how can you idolize something that you've never sat face to face with? You never got to know her. You know, as they say, is the shiners are, they idolize her. Like everyone wants to become Shannon. Like,
I don't think they really do though. I don't know how much you're aware of the whole attack paradigm and stuff, but they use a lot of fake profiles. And they use a lot of fake profiles from Australia and from the UK.
no, I don't really follow the case anymore. I mean, I'm comfortable with what I know and what I believe and the things that Chris tells me. I mean, I don't have to listen to 100 theories of the case. I mean, some people have very good theories, don't get me wrong, but
Right. Did you say what Chris tells you?
yes,
So you talk directly to him?
yes.
Do you write or do you talk?
I write to him. I don't do the phone calls, no.
So does Kim allow that?
Boy, you're really trying to get my ass in a.
I heard you laugh.
Oh, you're trying to get me killed today.
We got your back.
Yeah, honey badger will protect
Yeah, I
you.
got your back, girl.
Kim's a fake. I'm sorry to tell you all, she's a fake. Y'all can follow her. You can all pay $20 for you're never going to get answers to, because you have to talk to Christopher to get answers, and Christopher's not going to just answer people's questions because he feels like it, you know. Like, I don't know why people believe that. Like, you ask Kim a question through Kim and then Kim can answer it. I haven't heard Kim answer a question even through a live, unless she does a 5,000 big step around.
Yeah, I haven't heard her say anything that anyone hasn't already said before.
And she's very cocky. Like, somebody said, well, why can't you prove you right to him? And she said she doesn't have to. Geez, everybody I talk to, I have to show letters. But you know what? I'll show my letters. I don't care. I mean, I'm not going to show you the whole letter of like what we talk about, but if somebody says, hey, can you send me some proof? Hell yeah, I'll send you all the proof you want. she won't show proof. And the thing that she is showing, it's not even for her. That was from Cindy. Chris sent that to Cindy. Cindy gave it to Kim. So again, she couldn't even prove she's actually talking to Christopher.
Okay. That's what Honey Badger, that's what you were saying, huh?
Yep. She's using stuff to make it look one way. Like there's a little bit of truth to it, but it's a whole bunch of lies. So I think she's basically just taking whatever she did while she did talk to them, whatever she had, and she's just turning it into something to make it seem as if she has more insight and more connection to the family than she really does.
You are totally correct.
Because
So
I got the discovery report, and that woman, I don't understand how she can say she's been looking into this as long as she has, and she still hasn't come across certain things. Like her narrative doesn't fit the discovery.
No, I mean, I listened to the part of her explanation with her recreation. And the only thing I could do was laugh. I have a really bad problem of laughing when people make fools out of themselves. And I personally on lives because I have very bad mouth too on top of it. So
well, tell me this. Have you spoken directly with Kim?
No, actually I've tried to provoke the spirit, but that spirit really stays away from me. I mean, I've done everything, but nope, she will not contact me in any way, shape, or form.
What does provoke the spirit mean?
Well, she's always saying how she knows him, so I'll go to your chats and I'll put a question out there because I know her little minions are following. And one of the questions is, what was the biggest lie that Chris found after he was married? I still haven't got that answer.
Well, you know what she said the other day? She said that Cindy Watts told her that Shanann was a drinker and that they even celebrated at her memorial service with a lemon drop drink. Cindy Watts told me. Okay. Well, Cindy Watts heard from me that on her birthday, I think it was, but I'm not sure, after they all sat around a table and had lemon drop drinks in her honor, like to honor her, either her birthday or whatever, or the 1 year or something. But Kim is saying at her memorial service, and then she goes, that's what Cindy Watts told me. And I thought, oh, brother, because I'm the one who told Cindy. And then that's not what I told her. You know, it's like I haven't heard Kim say anything yet that has not already been discussed by other people for 2.5 years.
Nope, and you won't. She doesn't know nothing. You know, it's sad that people will come out and do that crap. I mean, it really pisses me off because it just creates hate. You know.
Well, do you think that they're actually in place to make it worse for Christopher Watts?
I couldn't hear you.
Do you think they are actually in place to make it worse for Christopher Watts?
I think they're covering their own tracks, to be honest with you.
What do you mean their own tracks?
Well, Nicole, Kessinger, Lana, they all know each other.
Yeah, but I don't think NK's involved.
Well, she was involved to a certain extent. I mean,
so maybe just trying to
keep you off the track.
As far as I don't think she was involved with the incident. I mean, I know she was involved with sleeping with him, but
I don't think she's as innocent as people think she is. I think she has more of a part than you all think.
Do you live right in Frederick?
No, I don't live out there no longer.
Oh, good for you.
So good do you think she was there when the deaths occurred?
I do. Her phone pinged out there. Now
what? No, it didn't though. That's okay. That's another thing. She lives in that area, and the way towers work is they bounce off of each other. So those towers are a regular route which she would have taken to go to work. Her coordinates did not put her in that house, but Nicole Atkinson's did.
Could put her close to the house, not in the house. You're right. But from what I understand, and I'm not going to tell you my source because the fact that we are live, but there was a crystal she was going to go pick up. Somebody bought her a crystal, and the crystal was in the basement.
So somebody else
Yeah, but if she would have went there, her GPS coordinates would have showed up at that house.
You can shut your phone off. Your GPS coordinates will be shut off.
No, not the in-depth data. You can't.
Are you sure? Because
I'm absolutely positive.
if you shut it off, how would it record it?
It can't record it. If the phone is
Everything goes into the cloud. Everything is stored in the cloud. That's what the cloud is for.
Is that how the
disable your cloud though?
Like they show coordinates. I'm talking about detailed coordinates. They could show like 15 feet away from the house. They can show in the house. That's how they pinpointed Nicole Atkinson's 360 app. Showed that her phone was in that house all night.
I don't know if I believe the Nicole Atkinson being in the house though.
I do.
To her house. If everyone thought this was going to happen or something bad was going to happen, why the hell would you go into that house?
because
If
it wasn't
Shanann was
Christopher
pissed off
Watts?
and wanted to confront Chris, why would she want to go to Nicole's house?
It wasn't Christopher Watts who the danger was. I think is what the reason was for her to stay there that night. If she was actually working, then her work would not have been at home where her kids and stuff, her little one, her.
And if Shanann was drunk, she would want to stay there all night to make sure nothing happened. And if she was drinking, she might have passed out.
I mean, I guess that's possible.
It is very possible. I'm telling you, go look in the discovery report. Like, I don't really buy in the whole thing that they got going over there with JS for Justice, but they are doing actual research, and you cannot dispute the stuff that's in that discovery report. And the police did call her in to question her about the discrepancies of that whole issue. And then they gave her a month to put her timeline together. So her timeline, they basically allowed her to take screenshots of her 360 app instead of actually petition the actual company to get them. And they gave her a month to do it. So she had a month to create her own timeline. And then by the time it got admitted into discovery, nobody was looking at it.
So I didn't know all that part. I said, paying attention to the case because the fact of it's tiring listening to everybody's theory, everyone's view. I mean, and then there's that corpse of Shannon.
Well, but think about this: if the KK and Lana thing, if they're like friends with NK, it could be simply that she was the mistress, right?
It could be, but it's not against the law to be somebody's mistress,
right? But it also is a lot of noise if NA actually is the one who was there. Then it's a really good place to focus the noise.
Yeah, and they had to make things up to make that make sense. They had to add a lot of stuff. There's plenty in that discovery report that shows that Nicole Atkinson was not truthful and that she gave misinformation, that she was tied to things that she shouldn't have been tied to, that she didn't want to go in for the secondary questioning. I mean, there was a lot of things that she didn't do that you would expect her to do as the hero in the case. There's more evidence against Nicole Atkinson than there is Nicole Kessinger. I mean, the first thing I thought.
I guess I'm surprised, but I guess because I thought they were like besties.
No. That was an arrangement.
She didn't even know how old she was.
Oh, so I didn't hear all that stuff. I just knew that they were supposedly best friends. I mean, Nicole was always there, so I figured.
Nicole... Yeah, she didn't even know how old she was. She was like, I don't know, in her 20s or 30s. In her 20s, yeah, she's in her 20s.
And at that time, she was advertising as a caregiver on Craigslist. That's where she was getting side gigs from.
Because when I was over there with all them there, I mean, they seemed like they were good friends.
Did you go to the vision board party?
No, I did not.
Did you go to like the football parties or what?
Some of them. Went to some of the other events she did, introducing new products or whatever. I wasn't into Thrive, like I told you guys. They always seemed like they had a good connection. But again, I wasn't close to Nikki, so. I can't tell you that much about her.
Because who was the one friend that was there that was helping take care of her before Nicole Atkinson got involved? The one that was there when she had the neck injury.
Yeah, the one from Hawaii or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I forgot her name.
Was it Meacham? Was it Christina Meacham or was it
Christina.
the other one?
I think it was Christina.
I have a question. When you were over there for the football stuff,
Mm-hmm.
was she a drinker?
No, I didn't really see her drinking.
Yeah, Christina Meacham.
Doesn't mean she doesn't drink, but I didn't see her like everybody states that, she's always like buzzed or whatever. I mean, I never seen that part of it.
Yeah, because she posted a lot on her private Facebook stuff. She posted,
Her cocktails.
yeah, a
Yeah,
lot of.
yeah, there was a lot of that.
I could say she probably had like 1, 2. I mean, I don't know. I didn't sit there and like totally watch if she had like 5 or 6, but was she an alcoholic? I can't really tell you that. Would I be surprised if she was? No.
So she'd usually have like just 1 or 2 mixed drinks, and that's it. You think?
I think I would say so. I mean,
I think being a nurse, you would have noticed. You know what I mean? If she drank more, I mean.
she wasn't slurring her words or anything. So
Right. I think with you
not like
being
there.
being a nurse, you would have been like aware of it if there was a lot of it. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't think somebody having 1 or 2 is a
Right.
I mean, people do it all the time.
Right.
Guys will go out to a bar and have 1 or 2 beers. I mean,
Especially a party. You know, you're throwing a party for a football game or something.
and again, like I said, I don't stare at her all day and say, oh, that's 1, that's 2, that's 3, that's 4. I mean, you kind of mingle and talk to other people. I mean,
Right.
I wasn't like totally, following her around to say, whoa, she's had like 5 fucking drinks already. That's insane. That's going over her limits.
What do you think about the BAC thing? Do you believe the whole storyline?
That's a hard question. Just because if they only took blood from one area, you're really not getting total numbers. But again, what was her whole like when she was in there? Was it hot? Was it not hot? Did her pregnancy have part of it? I mean, there's so many things that can go into that kind of a level. The only thing that I see as a red flag is how they announced it. Like, why would you say before we get into the autopsy, she was not drinking? To me, that was kind of like
Yeah, really.
that kind of like made you want to focus on it.
Right.
96% of people that would read an autopsy, you wouldn't have a clue if that was too high or too low, unless
Right.
you were in that kind of a field. So for him to point that out, that kind of told me that there was something more there than he wanted you to think. Like, he gave you the it can't be, you're going to see high numbers, but
Right.
before we let him come up and tell you the autopsy, we just want you all to know that she was not drinking. Why would you say that?
Right.
Why didn't you
Tell me.
just keep your mouth shut and just let people listen? Because I can guarantee 90% of the people would have just read the autopsy and said absolutely nothing, because you wouldn't know. I mean, if you're not in the medical field or that kind of a field, you wouldn't question numbers like that, because to you guys it's just numbers.
Right.
That's
So when you talk to Chris, is he like, is he does he talk to you about talking to Kim or no?
he wants Kim gone.
He wants her gone.
Yeah.
So then he is talking to her then.
He ain't talking to her, but he knows what's going on. AD talks to, has been talking to him. I mean, people do write and say, this is going on, that's going on. You have to remember, Chris is in prison. He can't see your groups, but you have to remember, people do write.
So a lot of people are contacting him saying Kim's doing this.
Kim's doing this group's doing that group's doing that, this is that, what I mean?
Okay.
People inform him what's going on the outside. Like, he doesn't know really what's going on the outside.
So why did he kick Anna to the curb then, if he wants Kim gone?
I can't get into that conversation.
Because that whole Anna thing seems weird.
Yeah, kind of. Not really.
I know they were blaming Anna for that Zoom call.
Yeah, somebody broke into her house and stole the tape and put it out there.
What?
Yes.
So Anna did tape it?
Yes, she did tape it, but she didn't release it. Somebody else released it.
Well, I'm glad you got up on panel. Thanks for doing that, because it's easier to talk up on panel than to try to, like I said before, to try to talk in the chat thing.
Oh, no problem.
I think what we're going to do, there was someone, I'm sorry, I'm sitting here, Angelica.
Okay.
Let's go ahead.
Question, so I don't know what people are saying, so the only thing I see is if somebody comes up with, like, I have a picture of a dog right now, but I can't see chat.
Well, I'm glad you came up, though. That is really cool.
Oh, you're welcome.
So I will, let's see here. I'm not sure how to work this. Okay, thanks, Nikki.
You're welcome.
Okay, Honey Badger.
Hello.
Hey there. Have you been watching chat? I haven't, because I'm just not like multitasking.
A little bit. I'm looking like a lot of people are questioning the last speaker.
Yeah, I'm just seeing that. And they're saying that AD is not talking to him.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean AD's not writing them. You know what I mean? He just might not be writing back.
Yeah, because Nikki said that a lot of people are trying to contact him.
Yeah, and that's what a lot of these people say. They'll take something as simple as them writing him a letter and then act like they're somehow connected with Chris Watts.
Right.
Like the trolls were doing with the families. Remember when they were approaching the families and saying, "Oh, well, social media, there's people talking about you, and I want to protect you. I can help you." And then you never seen any responses back from the actual people they were contacting.
Right.
You just seen the screenshots from the trolls contacting them. But then they claim for 2 years that they're working with the family.
And they're the ones who created the mess in the first place.
Yep.
And then they'd say, "Oh, look at what's going on."
Yeah, a lot of liars. But I mean, it's YouTube. You know what I mean? It's YouTube.
I'm just scrolling up to see what Brooke is saying. It's interesting how they try to stack the live chats too. That's interesting.
Too bad they're not very entertaining, though.
I know.
Yeah, that's another thing. Nate, they gave him a lot of time to turn in his video evidence too.
Well, and didn't he call and say he had more?
And yeah, during the break-in, remember? He saw a woman going into that house, and he was supposed to do a follow-up with the police, and he never did.
Yep.
He was supposed to send them video of the woman supposedly going in the house, and he never did.
I thought they were supposed to come and pick it up, and they never did. I thought it was Nate saying they never came to pick it up.
I think once they had Chris, they stopped looking and they stopped asking questions. I think that they were just satisfied with what they had. There was no reason to go back in the discovery report. There was no reason to look at Nicole or whoever. I think that they just looked at the indiscrepancies as like, okay, whatever, not a big deal. And then plus at the time when they were questioning Nicole, they didn't have her 360 app readout. They didn't have it. So that, like I said, that didn't get submitted till later. So by the time it got there, anybody who would have mattered that would have seen that to say something, nobody would have seen it.
Something that I thought was weird. She was in the interview and she's like, yeah, I lied to Chris. He asked me if I was still at the house and I told him no. I lied. Ha 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 ha. I lied, right? Who does that? Who does that? If you're sitting there talking to a police officer.
A liar.
Exactly.
A liar. That's who does it.
Exactly. And then he's like, what's your last name? And she's like, yeah, that's not my last name. Haha, I got married. Haha. It's like, okay, who doesn't change your, you know what I mean? There's like, okay, what else? What else is there? And why lie? Why would you lie to Chris if he called saying you're setting off the alarm so you're still at the house? Nope, we're not at the house. Unless you were in the house, right? Or unless.
But then on the other end, what they were doing was, while the cops were trying to make sense of all that stuff, they were getting bombarded by random calls, anonymous calls. They were getting harassed. Other people were getting harassed. Like there was a huge storm going on, so much so that they needed help from other agencies because they couldn't handle everything that was coming in at them.
Well, didn't you say that time about how they were getting all these calls from people saying, like bogus people calling?
Yeah, while she was missing. Oh, you should see it. You should see it. And Sandy is all over it. All over it. And then these weird random people that have all this like really compelling information, that's a family heating company out of Michigan or this, that, and the other. And there's no connection. And excuse my spelling because I'm blind and my caretaker's not here type of bullshit. Really weird stuff. People getting attacked. People were complaining that they were getting attacked on social media over Shanann. Like what? Yeah, Chris was obviously at the police station, so he wasn't doing damage control. Right. Who was doing damage control on social media?
Right.
Who was doing all this stuff? If Chris was guilty, who was covering up for him? Not necessarily covering up for him, but who was out there, who was out there causing problems?
Well, I don't understand any law enforcement agency who's taking directions from the mother of the missing. I don't get that.
Think about it. You know what I mean? I think she's the type of person that doesn't even give somebody an opportunity to do anything other than what she wants them to do. Like that type of personality where it's just kind of like you're doing what she's saying. She's walking you through it and this is what we're doing and blah, blah, blah. Like she didn't give them people time to breathe. She didn't blow up her daughter's phone when she thought her daughter was missing, but she was blowing up the cop's phone when she was like, well, what's going on? Tell me what's going on. You haven't called me in 10 minutes. I called. Why didn't you call me back? What's going on with Chris? What's going on? Don't tell Chris about the cameras. Don't tell Chris we're listening to him. Like what?
Why would the law enforcement even entertain her though? Why didn't they tell her they would call her back?
Well, she was leaving messages. They had like a person that was actually like collecting all these things at the time. So they were basically just recording everything that was going on. And they were getting back to her. There's several summaries from the investigators that were contacting her back. And then all of a sudden she called back and say, oh, well, I think he put them in oil. Oh, well, check this. Oh, well, look at his GPS. Oh, well, da-da-da-da-da. Like, it was constant.
Which I would think would stir their suspicion more than anything else.
But instead of doing that, wouldn't you be on the next plane to come find your daughter?
Well, I think it's hilarious how they go on and on and on about how Cindy Watts didn't fly out right away. Well, did Sandy fly out right away? No.
Nope.
And what did Frankie say in his police interview? If someone would have sent him the money to fly out, he would have.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, something like that. He said if someone would have paid for his flight, he would have flown out. But everyone's complaining that Cindy Watts didn't fly right out. Well, okay, so did Frank? Did Sandy? Did Frankie? Did Jamie? Did, Ronnie's the only one who did.
Yeah, and weren't they accusing him for a short time of having something to do with it too?
Oh, they are still. They still are.
Anybody who was involved or who helped Chris or talked to Chris during that time period got a call from the Ruseks. They either got a call or a messenger or some kind of shit they got from them people. They were all over the place. I couldn't believe like the amount of just the amount of chaos that was going on within those few days. And they really did overwhelm the police there. The police were really overwhelmed. And then think about it. Nicole Atkinson was the one who was contacting the media, right? And what is the media saying? The media is saying he's a murderer. What happened to your, right. So who told him that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she covered her ass. I mean, I don't think for a second she had anything to do what I think Shanann did. But if you decided to cover it up, to spare your own ass, well, you got some explaining to do somewhere.
Do you think that Sandy had the, let me see, hold on. I have to find it. There's that one first, but there was another one about the video cameras.
Yeah, that's even sketchy too. The video cameras in that house.
Yeah.
And Chris kept saying that they were listening to him. That they were listening to him. And like every time he'd make a move or say something, they'd be on the phone up his ass. And then Sandy told the investigators, don't tell Chris about the cameras. So to me, it sounds like there were cameras in that house, or maybe maybe they had access to audio or something. I don't know. But to me, it sounds like they knew what was going on in that house, or maybe that they could hear him in that house.
Well, didn't he tell that to Nate that she was watching him or something?
He told it to the neighbors. Remember the neighbors that they interviewed at the park?
Oh, the
that
Martian?
He used to go on jogs with?
That Martian guy?
Yeah, he told him.
That he thought that they were watching him?
Yeah, and he also told the police. And then the cops told Sandy to back off. They said, you can't be acting like that. You can't be, you can't be doing that and pushing him and threatening him. They told her to back off. And then all of a sudden, here comes the anonymous calls flooding in from Heidi Fleiss, from Anna Darko. You know what I mean? Then all of a sudden, there are these anonymous callers that have there's no, like the email links are bogus. There's no like paper trail to actually like vet any of these people. There was an investigator from Jersey who claimed to be a detective. And then he contacted right back and said, oh yeah, he said something about don't look up the number because it's not the same number. So basically he was like passing it off like he was some detective from Jersey and gave them some kind of a name that might have been able to be contacted back. And then he told them not to contact that because it was like a dead address or something. There were all these excuses why the cops couldn't call these people back who were making these claims.
They were throwing all sorts of spaghetti at the wall.
Yep, exactly. They were. I mean, that's what I see. I see a cover up.
Mm-hmm.
And I see them right in the thick of it.
I love these comments. This little mama is so cute.
Even with the Nicole Kessinger angle, they were the ones who kind of insinuated that she might have had something to do with it. They insinuated that. And then they ran with it for a long time. And then when they got pissed off at Armchair Detective, then all of a sudden they're like, oh, well, you can't be bashing victims and blah, blah, blah. So now all of a sudden they can't bash Nicole Kessinger because technically they want to get a law passed or something. So if you can't bash a victim, then you can't bash Cindy, you can't bash Nicole Kessinger. So like their whole attitude changed with all that. But I remember them multiple times insinuating that Nicole had something to do with it. Nicole Kessinger. And then now they're like, oh, just leave her alone. Leave the poor girl alone. But then you go on other parts of the internet and they're all in there talking shit.
Well, yeah, if the people who you're showing up to applaud are talking, and then they say that they're talking on your behalf, I'm not sure. I really don't think the NK had anything to do with anything. I don't
either. I think Chris shouldn't, if there was really something wrong with Shanann, if the issues were that severe or whatever was going on in that situation, he should, even if they were separated, he shouldn't have not been starting a new relationship. If she was unhinged, okay, you would think she's probably going to flip out. If she's a psycho over everything else, do you not think she's going to be a psycho if she finds out you're seeing somebody else already so soon?
Exactly.
He messed up with that. And you know what? And and Nicole, unfortunately, I think she's got her karma, for whatever she did. I think she's been through enough, and enough things have been said about her. Like, she suffered for what her part in it. And I think that was her only part, was she should not have been messing around with somebody who was so fresh out of a situation. So just for her own well-being, you know what I mean? Just for her own well-being, she should have waited.
Whether that marriage was over or not, he had a responsibility to Bella and Cece to make sure they didn't.
Exactly. And he shouldn't have had anything else going on at the time. If the girls were important, then that should have been number one. Your love life comes after that. For number one priority is the girls, not a new girlfriend.
And if he wants to procreate with Crazy, then that's going to be a lifelong sentence for him until the girls are adults, Take a look at Paula's. Frank stayed with the girls while they went on their little trip before Frank and Shanann and the girls flew back to North Carolina. And then it says the day after they got back, he had access. So, well, he was there while they were in San Diego or whatever. Is that when he put in the cameras, maybe?
I don't know. I think he was staying there off and on. That's what I think. I think he was totally staying there off and on, because I remember early on there was a lot of pictures of him, and she would check in all the time with his name, like Shanann Watts is with Frank, Frank Rusak, blah blah blah. And it wasn't like a check-in where you're trying to tag somebody to get them to see your post. She was claiming she was out with these people. And then when her mother was in town, she did the same thing. She would say, is out with Sandy Rusak and Frank Rusak, blah, blah, blah. But there was more pictures of her father being there than there were of her mother being there. Like, I think her mother had only been at that house, was probably the first time in a long time that she'd even been involved in her daughter's life, was toward the ending there. I think that they had been on the outs for a while. And then I think due to the separation, she was probably forced to get closer to Sandy. And Sandy was probably feeding her head with all kinds of crap, that Chris is garbage and his family's garbage. And I'm sure, she wasn't gonna admit that maybe her daughter had any responsibility for why the marriage didn't work out. I'm sure they blamed Chris. He was the punching bag over there.
This comment says Frank flew across the country to babysit for one weekend. I think that he flew across the country probably to fly with them back to North Carolina. I don't think she was able to even drive to the airport, let alone fly alone with the girls. I think this is what you're saying, Honey Badger, right here. Running the show across the board. That's really interesting to hear all that, how so many people were contacting law enforcement and really like overwhelming the department with all this information. Yet if they couldn't contact them back, what good was the information, right? How do you know it's credible if they don't even have a callback? Little Mama says, that's what bothers me the most in this case. Why do people not understand or see why she could not be left alone with those kids? She couldn't even drive a car across the street unless she had somebody. Of course, lots of people fly alone. But if what people are claiming is true, and I believe it is true, she wasn't allowed to. Did you guys see any videos at all of those kids going to the park? Going to the park, going for a walk, you know, nothing. It looks like we lost Honey Badger. Oh, that little thing with the haircuts is so sad. So sad. Poor Bella. Is anyone getting super tired yet? Let's see how long we've been doing this. Okay. I don't think I'll call this a mini marathon. I think I'll call it a marathon. It helps when we have other people talking. That's so nice. I love it to have other people come up on the panel. Because I'll tell you, if I was still talking this whole time, I wouldn't have a voice yet. I know that's absolutely terrible with the hair thing. And that one video when she was fussy, then Shanann whispered and asked her if she needed a haircut. That is so terrible. She didn't call it daycare, it was always school. I thought it was interesting in Sandy's letter to the police. She said that Shanann was taking the vacation before, back to school and dance classes started. And I thought, dance classes? Seriously? I mean, we honestly didn't even see pictures of the girls being able to go to the park. Those videos were all about Christopher Watt's wife. I didn't see any dance classes going on with all of those Facebook posts and the whole bit. But, the police wouldn't have known that at that point, right? They're probably thinking, yeah, that makes sense. But when I read that dance classes, I thought, what dance classes? Seriously. They went to the zoo when Cindy and Ronnie took Bella. When little Cece was born, they had a big plan to take Bella to the zoo for the day. And Christopher Watt's wife insisted that she go along, and so she had to have a wheelchair with a newborn baby, and Christopher Watts pushed the wheelchair all the way, all day long, through the zoo. So evidently she didn't even want Bella and Christopher Watts to be able to spend the day with his parents to go to the zoo. She had to be right there, center of attention, sitting in a wheelchair, dragging a newborn baby to the zoo. And then when she got home, there were people on her Facebook who were saying, "What do you think you're doing? What are you doing? Why would you take a newborn to the zoo?" And she right away got on the phone to her mother. She was irate, she was angry, she was upset, she was crying, and she basically, I think, deleted the whole thing about the zoo. Well, it's too bad Christopher Watts didn't say no. But then think about it. Maybe they felt better taking her along instead of leaving the newborn. Maybe that's why, I don't know. Actually, the next time she talked about a zoo, she claimed that she was home alone with the girls and that she needed to have her super juice, her juju juice or whatever. Probably her super expensive little 1 ounce of little juju juice. And she's like, that's how she can make it through the day. And she was saying how she's all alone and she's dealing with the monsters and they're going to go to the zoo. If you watch that video closely, it all sounds totally fake. It just sounds totally fake. And then sure enough, her mother goes running past the back of the video. And she had already said how she's, you know, got to do all this on her own. I don't think she knew that her mother got caught in the video. Good thing she had her little 1 ounce bottle of whatever that power drink was. Probably a $5 spritzer. I love your comments, little mama. Hey, Cooter. You decided to show up, huh, Mr. Square? Exactly. When did the kids just get to be kids? Being a stage prop is no fun. Oh, that's okay. You can sleep. You want to come up on panel and talk? Exactly, little mama. They got to be kids when they were with him. And then she'd roll her eyes at them and act like they were being too loud. Exactly, Trudy. I think the kids really just, I hate to say this word, I'm just kind of being silly. They thrived. They seriously thrived when they were with Cindy and Ronnie. People are saying they wouldn't be able to contend with her on Facebook. I don't think she would have wanted to have contended with me, because if I would have seen a photo of a baby with her head covered, well, I don't think she would have wanted to have contended with me, because I would have definitely made sure that she knew that help was available. Court dates for the CPS, I think it was August 24th, 2018. And when the case was first discussed, we were told by a family member, and I don't mean Cindy Watts either, that it was an ongoing family matter for the second court hearing. One was for the HOA unpaid bills. The second one was for an ongoing family matter. Okay, Lee is dead tired. I think we should call it a night, you guys. What do you guys think? Should we call it a night? That's the second time you were talking about that cinnamon bun. Okay. We'll do this again soon, okay, you guys? We'll do it again soon. I'm glad you guys all showed up. We had a pretty, I think, a decent conversation. If there was anybody in the comment threads acting too twerpy, I don't know. I guess what you don't know can't hurt you, right? Let me look. I blocked 4 people. That's not too bad. That's like roughly 2%. That's not bad. 2% scumbag attacker. That's pretty good, actually. That's gone down. It used to be 98%. You guys are welcome. I'm really glad you came, and we'll do this again soon, okay? It'll be good. I really appreciate it that we have the ability to discuss this case without feeling like, oh no, we better be careful what we say. Or do you guys remember a couple years ago when we would try to have discussions and we'd always start off our sentences saying, I'm not saying that anyone deserved to die. Remember that? Or we'd say, I don't mean to sound harsh, or I don't mean to insinuate that anybody deserved, that, remember that? We used to apologize like over and over and over again. And then finally, I don't know when it was, but I just started saying, you know what, you guys, we don't have to keep apologizing. We can just have a discussion. We're allowed. We have the right. We have the freedom. And in my opinion, we have the responsibility to discuss the issues in this case that are of public concern. The case of Christopher Watts is on the public stage, and it's our job as a responsible society to take a look at this case and to see what we can learn. So hopefully we can help other children in the future not fall victim like poor little Bella and Cece did. So on that note, everybody, thanks for being here and be safe. What was the second one? Be safe, be healthy. Be safe, be healthy, and know that you are loved. And I'm really glad y'all came. We'll do this again soon.